Olá a todos, já são 9h30, mas vamos esperar mais um pouco até para ver se aparecem o resto dos participantes. Olá a todos. Mais 3 minutos e começamos. Hello, everyone. I hope you all can hear me well. Yes, maybe do it like this or this so I can know. Okay, thank you. So let's start our national platform or General Assembly. But before we start, we need a secretary for the sharing team, and General Assembly cannot start without a secretary. The secretary cannot be a local representative or have a delegated vote. So I'm asking for a volunteer. So, like I said, we cannot start without a secretary. It's mandatory to have 3 members in the chairing team. And so we need someone to help us. It's actually really, really easy. There's not much work to do, especially during the General Assembly and online. And we can do most of the work. We just needed to fulfill the requirements. Does the board wants to say something about this? Maybe like tell the members to. So is there anyone here who is just a member who is not a local representative or has delegated vote?
Yes, me.
But you have delegated vote, Tainara?
Yes. Yes.
So no. Is there anyone who doesn't have it?
Me, I don't have a delegate vote, and I'm not a local representative.
So Eva, could you be our secretary, please, so we can start our General Assembly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Eva. I will send you a private message.
Okay.
In that note, I will give the words to Anna so she can do the welcome ceremony.
Good morning. Thank you, Mafalda. Good morning, everyone. So, dear National Platform, first, I hope that you and your family are healthy and safe. On behalf of the National Board, I would like to thank your presence in this national platform, and it is with great pleasure that hereby I open this the first national platform of the year. Next to this marvelous team, not in person, unfortunately. I will be brief, but I would like to leave some words before we start. I know that in a moment of our lives that we are doing everything online, we work remotely or all day in front of a computer, we have online classes, we lack our social interactions. I know and understand that it's not easy to spend more time and actually a weekend in front of a computer. And of course, we also understand that this year has been difficult and there are moments with less motivation. We all have more obstacles than we had a year before at implementing our projects, causes, initiatives, and events. And of course, all of us spend less time with our teams, with all network volunteers, with international students, actually, with our friends. And the truth is, I actually could go on with this list. However, above all, I think what gathers us here right now and today, actually at 9 a.m. of a Saturday at an online event is a strong purpose, perseverance of all of you, and care and love for this network. Its causes, mission, values, and so on. So this being said, I would like to ask you to not forget the purpose that led you to apply and actually to continue on ESN as a network that looks after quality education, active citizenship, but above all that gave you, and I hope that continues to give you wonderful moments. So I think we can start.
Okay, everyone, thank you, Anna. Like in the agenda, it's the changes of the agenda first, but I will do the national platform rules first. Okay, everyone. Sorry. So first we'll do the quorum check. So this year we decided to change things a bit, and Coimbra, and we'll follow the alphabetic order, and Coimbra will not be the first. And Coimbra will not be the first. Why is that? Because if we actually follow the official names of all the sections, it wouldn't be this order as well. We have actually a section called Around the Yard. I don't know if it's Tomar or Castelo Branco. So as you see, it doesn't make exactly much sense to have Coimbra in the first place. I hope you agree. So we'll follow the alphabetic orders. So to start, Algarve.
Here.
Almada.
Here.
Aveiro.
Here.
Castelo Branco.
Here.
Coimbra.
Here.
Vilhã.
Here.
Évora. Lisboa.
Here.
Madeira. Minho.
Here.
Porto.
Here.
Tomar. Utado.
Here, sorry.
The year, sorry, was for Tomar or Utado? I'll do it again. Tomar.
It was Tomar. Yeah, sorry.
Tomar.
Here.
Utado. Okay, we have quorum. We can start our national platform.
Mafalda,
Dish.
yes, I never, the mic isn't working. They sent a message saying they're here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
But she missed the quorum check for next time. I will try to understand how we can do this. Okay, thank you. Okay, so first, so intervention rules. So the rights of the participants. The local representatives have the right to speak, to make proposals, and to vote. The national board and the national coordinators have the right to speak and to make proposals. The sharing team members have the right to speak and to make procedural proposals. The other participants have the right to speak. Speakers list. Use the option raise hand if you wish to speak. Your name will be added to the speakers list. Please, if you can, send us your question by message to be easier to add it in the minutes. Check if your intervention is really relevant for all the participants to the national platform, or send a personal message if you wish to ask more questions or make personal comments. Speak only when your turn is given and when the right to speak, and when you have the right to speak, sorry. The right to answer. You may answer if you are directly referred to. Be short and respect the time given to you, a maximum of 2 minutes per intervention. After that period, you have to add your name to the speakers list again. Reacting. If you were addressed personally, you can react or comment. Reactions must be relevant to the original question or comment. Rules of conduct. Don't repeat what has already been said. Moderate your interventions, be respectful, and don't use an aggressive language or tone. If you need to criticize something, carefully pick your words. The goal is to improve the work of others and not the opposite. Always keep your microphone in silence unless you are presenting or called to speak. That way we can minimize the background noise at the call. If you do not follow simple rules of conduct of online participation, you will be excluded from the call. Here we have the sections and the local representatives as well the delegated votes. for now, these are the delegated votes that we've received. If anyone wants to delegate votes, they need to send it to all the national platform. Okay, is everything correct?
Just a question. Can I
Yes.
ask? Sorry. This is a list of the local representatives.
Sí.
Okay, and the person who is going to vote here?
Yes, who is going to vote during the General Assembly.
Okay, but this is not correct, at least for Porto.
Okay, who is the local representative?
LVI Machado, it's me.
Okay, I'll change it. Thank you for correcting.
Carolina, it's wrong too. It's my name, Ana João Carvalho, and not Inês Pedreiras.
Okay, so I have to say that these names were got from the section's information, so probably your section's information's the Excel is not updated. Make sure to update it with your local board. Presence lists. In the agenda, there is a section for the presence list. LRs or members with delegated vote must fill it with the name of the members of their section. Okay. If you do not have the permissions to change it, please send me a private message or the other secretaries. Okay. Thank you. So now we are moving forward to changes of the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to make any changes? Is everything corrected for everyone, board?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we are moving forward as well to board updates. National board, you may share your screen and we will start.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, Mafalda, could you give me the permission to share my screen?
Sorry, Mafalda, but there is missing, and Anna, sorry, I know that you were presenting, but it's missing the proposal that the Assembly Lisboa sent last night about the changes in ESOS. I don't know if you want to add a topic or just keep it that way. For me, it's fine.
Mafalda, we are not hearing.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. So what I was saying is that we can do it, we can talk about it in the discussion of the changes to the standing orders. Okay?
Perfect.
And I can increase the time of that presentation after that presentation. Okay? Because to change not change, but to add topics to the agenda, you should have done it with more time in advance.
Okay,
so
perfect.
It will be in the discussion. Okay? Can you share now, Anna? I believe you can.
I'm trying, just a second. Yes, I think so. Thank you, Mafalda. Okay, so you are already seeing everything, right? I hope so. Thank you. So as usually, we are going to give our updates, what we have been doing in the past and the past months since we were elected. So we have some general updates, such as work done by the whole national board. Sorry, I have one thing here in the middle of my present. Okay, perfect. It was distributed the survival guide 2020-21 incoming and outgoing in the local sections and higher education institutions. It was then the action plan and budget for 2021 that is going to be presented here today. It was done the last activities and budget report of this year. It was done the open call for support teams and positions and made a strategy, and it was made a strategy by the national board for the call and for the changes of the supporting the support teams and positions. It was established a COVID task force regarding the actions that we intend to do regarding this issue that we are living right now. It was implemented the new ESN card platform to all sections, and it was implemented the secretariat that it was already we already had two persons working with us, but are being developed, actually not being developed. There was done calls searching for media and web developers, media and web interns, sorry. Regarding our board meetings with all the national board, we had the first meeting of all that was a transition weekend with the last national board. We had already one in-person board weekend that it was essential to structure all the work that we intend to do during this year, but mostly in the beginning of this semester. We have weekly board meetings. We had one call with the audit team and the national board. We had one call with the audit team and the sharing team. We had already two local boards call that were done especially because of the measures of the state measures and the numbers of COVID among international students. We had one call with yes and Iberia, and we had a quality assurance meeting with Jordan, that is the regional coordinator of SWEP. So what we are going to do next is to develop the support positions actions plans. We are going to, we all have already a strategy for ESN Portugal 2.0. However, we are going to apply this strategy for the next months, and we are going to open working groups for knowledge transfer as it was done before in the last year. We are searching and we are going to apply for new grants, and we intend to develop the employability area in these months also. So regarding my position, first of all, I will present you the events and meetings that I've been attending in these past 3 months. I was an LVM trainer at LVM Coimbra. We had international education community calls. We already had 4. Yesterday we had one more. So we have a lot of international education community calls, which is a really good thing. We had a SWEP meeting with all the national representatives of SWEP and representatives of SWEP. We had ESN Upgrade, an international event for education. We had national boards training, a training for the national board that was prepared for by the international board, by the international network, and it was actually really fruitful. We had 2 NO's meetings regarding new documentation for the GAs and regarding the borders and other important issues that would matter to you a meeting, an online meeting. We had a DGS meeting because of the when the rise of international students infected was a really important topic. We had a meeting with UNESCO regarding the cooperation that ESN International is doing with UNESCO, exploring the education field. Okay. So we had, I had a job fair preparation call with Talent that was also present Miguel, our administrative director. We had this job fair that actually was really good to start to know more entities. That actually was really good. I will explain you later why, because we met some companies that will help us developing some areas that we pretend to develop. We had one speak meeting to know more, to know what we are going to do together in the next month. We had one call with ANEP, that is the nucleus of psychology students, and one of the outcomes of this meeting was that ESN Portugal was going to be present in ANEP. That was the national event of psychology students, and we were present with in a round table with the International Association of Psychology Students. And we were talking about ESN, volunteer work and mobility opportunities. We had a meeting, I had a meeting with Impact Academy, that is a small association that is gathering all the associations, local students associations, to improve their active citizenship. We had 2 meetings with GAFI. This cooperation started with the Talents job fair, the Talents Portugal job fair, and right now, as a really nice outcome, they are proposing to develop a platform for employability that we intended to do, and they are going to have an intern of their own to develop these this platform for us. We had a meeting with I had a meeting with Joanna and Mariana with Junior Enterprise to start to know the new local national boards, I'm sorry, the new national boards, and to also start to know what we are going to do in the future, and actually to finish the protocol that is because we intend to do a written agreement. The only thing that it's missing in the written agreement for a Junior Enterprise and ANEP actually is to sign both of them. We had a meeting, me and Sophia, the education officer, I'm sorry, with JUICE, and the World Conference of Junior Enterprise, and I was present in Science 2020 in a session of internationalization that it was really interesting because it was with the national agency and the JETS. Regarding ESN activity, I have weekly calls with Miguel, our administrative director. We already had only one in-person call, meeting, I'm sorry, but we intend to have a few more in the next weeks. We already had one Portuguese education community call. We already had two support positions meetings with both education officers, Rita and Sofia. We had one employability meeting, me, Rodrigo, Joana Lima, and Miguel. Also, it was then the RENAGE maintenance. We applied for for 2 grants of the municipality of Porto and Boas Práticas of IPDJ. We are going to reapply, and we already made one reapplication to the European Youth Foundation grant. And actually my work has been actually really focusing on external representation. And I think that's all. Regarding next steps, we are going to apply for the grant of IPDJ. We are going to develop an education plan with the 2 education officers, Rita and Sofia. It's needed to have a follow-up with National Agency Education and Training for the renewal of the Protocol 2021. It's actually, we already had some few calls with the director of the national agency. However, we still hadn't the opportunity to meet in person. We are searching, as I already said, for new opportunities to apply for grants, and we are going to start to implement the new strategy for ESN Portugal 2.0, and it's needed to finish the reports regarding ESN activities for a new contact with tourism. So I'm sorry, it is missing. Okay, so to do all this, I have an incredible team that is here to support me. Rita Diaz, Education Officer, Ana Sofia Pacheco, Education Officer, and Miguel Pires, our Administrative Director. So we will pass the word to Mariana.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so I will give you some updates. Thank you, Anna, for passing the slides. Anna, you can, maybe it's better if you just put all of them on.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to always wait for me to be ready.
Yeah.
So in terms of events and meetings, obviously we started with LVM Coimbra. Then I also had the privilege of being a trainer at ESN Spain Kinesi, which is an event that they have for training people that have been in ESN a little bit over a year. And they invited ESN Portugal to be present, and I went and I gave some trainings in the HR field, and the event went really well and had really good feedback. Then we had, I was also present at the Human Resources and Network Community meeting. We had, oh no, sorry. I was getting it wrong with the community call. This was the community meeting that was supposed to be in person in Brussels, but obviously then changed to online. And there was a week of training in the human resources field. Then I attended 2 training sessions of the National Boards training. I had a call with the SWEP regional training coordinator, and the purpose was to evaluate the needs of the national organizations. So I was telling them about some of our training needs and expectations, and also the kind of expertise that we had in our national organization. Then I was a facilitator at SWEP Online. I facilitated a best practice sharing session about HR. I've had 2 HR and community calls so far. I was also present with Anna with the call with ANEP that Anel's already explained. I will just add that they have a lot of expertise in terms of youth and well-being, and that's something to be explored in the future. Mainly, they're very willing to work with us in terms of training and cooperation in our events. So hopefully that's something that we can look at. Then I was also in the call with Junior Enterprise. I had a call with Unlimited Future, which some of you have had the opportunity of attending some of their trainings. It's been an ongoing cooperation, and we're looking forward to establishing a more formal protocol. Then I was also in the call with the local boards and Direção-Geral de Saúde, and I had a call with Key Training and Consulting, which is the company that usually provides our certified trainings, and this was mainly to evaluate the feedback of the most recent trainings. Anna, please. Thank you. Okay, so my year pretty much started in working with Ana and Rodrigo mostly in grant applications, the European Youth Foundation and the one to Câmara Municipal do Porto. As I said, throughout the last 2 months, I was a trainer at several events that I already mentioned. And I also went and did a training session on teamwork for ESN Minho, for a team building that they've organized online for their newbies. I was handling content and participant management for LBM Coimbra to make sure that there was productive training. Then I was also putting together ESN Level Up, the most recent certified training sessions that we had. I was taking care of the Formar Mais grant, which the grant was applied to last year, and obviously the sessions happened and we had to submit the report, and now we're looking forward to submitting one for next year. I was also supporting Bia with our intern recruitment, which is still ongoing, but Bia will tell you more about that. We were revising our national pool of trainers, which is already in place and will be presented to the national platform soon. I had 2 community calls with our human resources community of ESN Portugal, mainly to do an assessment of how sections were dealing with this situation and the state of their sections and how could ESN Portugal be of help, and also updates on international matters. And I had calls with my support positions, the expansion officer and the training team. These were mainly to prepare the year, introduce the volunteers to their new positions, and how we were going to work throughout this year. Thank you, Anna. Okay, in terms of next steps, right now I'm taking care of ESN Upgrade Online, obviously with the National Board and with the recently appointed training team. One of the next big things that I'm going to be focusing on is the Federation Quality Assurance process. This process was introduced and discussed with the vice presidents at LBM and in one of our community calls. And the next step will be to send a comprehensive document to the national platform to explain how this process is meant to work. And we'll do that and then have the first round of calls with the sections before the end of this year. With the training team in place, it's going to be time to start doing the needs assessment to develop the national training plan to be presented to the Federation at the beginning of next year. The last topic that is coming up is obviously the expansion. We had the expansion strategy approved. Now that we have an expansion officer as well, the first thing to do will be to follow up with all our stakeholders and realize what their goals are for this year and how we can cooperate and work together. Yep, and that is it from me. Oh no, that's not. In order to introduce my lovely support here and in order to introduce my lovely support team. Right now we have João Leitão as the expansion officer. We have Filipe Marques and Filipe Osorio as training officers. I'm very happy to be working with them. The position for training coordinator is currently vacant. So if anyone is interested, you can raise your hands or let us know. It would be lovely to have one. And thank you all.
So, hi everyone. So, as for me, for the past few months, I was also an LVM Coimbra trainer. I participated as well in the 10th BFC, which took place online, of course. Also, we had the first BFC Portugal online meeting.
Rodrigo, sorry, but we can't hear you. I'm not sure if we're the only ones.
I can't either.
No, so no one can hear you.
Can you repeat?
Não, não estamos a ouvir mesmo nada.
Ana?
Sim?
O que é que está a passar? Não estou a entender,
O
desculpa.
Rodrigo não se está a ouvir. O que podemos fazer é, ele provavelmente vai entrar com o telemóvel ou assim, podemos passar para a pessoa seguinte e por causa do tempo da apresentação.
Ok, mas o Rodrigo não consegue ouvir ninguém da chamada?
Não, ele só não consegue, acho que só nós é que não o conseguimos ouvir.
O microfone dele.
Ok, já percebi, desculpa. Ok, tudo bem. Vejam como conseguirem fazer, por favor.
Pronto, eu sugiro passarmos à frente e depois o Rodrigo pode fazer no final,
Claro.
que é por causa dos tempos da apresentação.
Tudo bem.
Leonor, é ok?
Yes, go ahead.
Desculpem. Ok.
You can pass that and put everything. Maybe it's better. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So what I have been up to, basically we had LBM Coimbra. I was a trainer for the local representatives. I also was present at the DGS meeting. Also SWEP meetings. We had 2 SWEP meetings to prepare the event. Also the national organizations meeting, we had 3, one in September. At that point, we weren't sure if we were having the GA online or physical. Of course, after that call, we changed it for online and started working on that permanently. Also talked about the international communication channels, this about the Slack channel, and also the CNR mailing list, since it was supposed to change. Until this day, we continue to use the CNR mailing list, but this will change very soon. The second one, we talked about the borders of ESN and the online General Assembly, because it was the most important topic. And the third one was also in October, was maybe 2 weeks ago, about the General Assembly topics and also the General Assembly modalities, to see how we could arrange the schedule. Also, I was in ESN Level Up CEO participant with Beatriz. And about the activity, we had 2 LR's community calls. The first one was in September, if I'm not mistaken, and the second one was yesterday to prepare for the national platform. and we will have another one next week. Or we had the Spanish invasion call with the SN Lisboa to talk about the event and the not so good possibility to make this happen. Also, the network analysis, the national questionnaire, it's already sent, and also talked with the sections about the section questionnaire. Country report was written and shared with the LRs and local boards in the national platform, and also voted for GA secretary. It's Stamatia from Greece, and voted for SWEP 2021, only one application for ESN Malta. The results didn't come until now, but you must understand that it was probably going to be Malta. And also I was following up the SWEP online. You can pass, please. Anna? Okay, so about the next steps, we'll have the General Assembly autumn 2020. It will be in the end of this month. Also follow up with the SNIB Action Plan 2020. Since we already know it was a little bit put on standby because of the pandemic, and create a new one for 2021. Also, a SWEP action plan wasn't started, but it will be continued in the next 2 months that it's missing from 2020. And also it will be continued in 2021, and also continue to update ESN Portugal home page in ESN Wiki, since some informations are a little bit outdated. So I have to change that. Well, that's all.
Can we just try to put Rodrigo to... Rodrigo, can you talk? You can talk, but the micro is...
Let's see if we can hear him. No.
No. Okay, sorry. Mariana?
Sim. Consegue me ouvir, certo?
Certíssimo.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I hadn't said before, I'm sorry. So whatever have I been up to? I was invited to a youth forum with international organizations. The name was Talking About Youth, and it was about promoting mobility programs and fostering leadership in the youth. Then I was at the LBM Coimbra. I was also at the meeting with Speak, the Erasmus Days, Mobility as a Lifestyle. There was an event organized by ESN Lisboa, and at one of the national organizations meeting. Regarding ESN activity, I had a meeting with ENR. I was present at the meeting yesterday of the local representatives. I was at 2 of the SWEP meetings, the Erasmus Days, in the COVID call with ESN Aveiro, the European Sports Week on the promotion of it. I also had 4 project managers community calls with my team, 1 call with my social impact officer, and now promoting the social inclusion days fall. Thank you. So this year we changed our support positions. I now have 2 support positions, but 1 is still vacant. I have the lovely Beatriz Gonçalves as my social impact officer. And I'm still looking for 1 mobility officer to help me going through the mobility programs, the implementation of the outgoing student support package, and so on. So if you want to apply, I'll be here to guide you. So the next steps. Sorry. Thank you. For the next steps, I wanted to tackle more the social partnerships with national organizations. I also will try to implement the mobility for environmental sustainability and health. We had a restructure of MESH, and we aim on implementing it this year. And the re-implementation in this case of the Erasmus Schools project. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So, hi. For events and meetings, I've been with in the DGS meeting, also with Anna and Lenore. I've attended the EAG meeting with Francisco Forte, and I spoke with the ENM for us to be sure on the date and as well to schedule a visit to the hotel in the next month. For ESN activity, I've been in calls with EOC preparing and organizing the LBM. I had not the opportunity to attend, but it went really well. I've been in a call with ESN Lisboa for the Spanish invasion and with Leonor as well. 3 meetings with the support position and with the previous supporting position with Pedro and Francisco Forte. The wealth and well-being call with the projects managers community and with Mariana and Francisco. In calls with the local boards regarding the situation of the COVID at the time, and some calls with ESN Bragança for the PN, this one, the NP that was supposed to be there. The COVID task force, I've been preparing this together with Anna, so we already have the open call. You can join us. And as well, preparing the guidelines and the next steps for what we are going to do regarding the COVID situation and how the ESN Portugal is going to work from now on with all the situation going on. And as well, doing the evaluation of the events community and speaking with the local boards for us to start to have a more, a bigger group and a cohesive group. So Francisco Forte is the support position. He's a sports coordinator. This year we do not have the events community manager. And for the next steps, I intend to have the first meeting with the events community soon and planning all the strategies and what we want to do. Also with the COVID task force and how we are going to do with the strategy and the planning for the guidelines that we want to give to you and to write to the federation. We are soon launching the open calls for the responsibles for the ANG and the ENM. The working group, the future of the ANG, and a strategy for online events for us to improve the events that we have for the international students in an online format. The meeting with the ENM, so to visit the hotel and to speak how we are going to manage the edition that we want to make in next spring. And as well, preparing with Mariana the ESN upgrade, in this case, the next physical ESN upgrade. And that's it.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so until now, regarding external meetings and international events, I've participated on the online communication summit for the national communication managers, where I was also a trainer, where I gave a workshop regarding communication strategy and planning. I've been in meetings with Even Simpler together with Rodrigo to develop the new ESN portal that we have for the management of activities and membership. I was together also with Anna and Mariana in the meeting with Speak to discuss the next steps that this partnership can have and can take. I was participating in the SN Level Up on the workshop, on the training on SEO and Google Ads, which was really good. Besides that, I was also at SWEP Online, but as a trainer, I facilitated 2 workshops, one on time management and another one on communication strategy and planning. And I was also part of the feedback team for SWEP Online, which meant that I was reviewing other people's TSOs for their trainings and giving feedback to it. Internally, I participated in one communication community call on with the national communication managers. I've had 2 calls with my community, with the local communication managers. I've been managing our communication committee and having many calls with them to have everything straightened, from social media to all the other things that we have, and also doing the recruitment for the committee. We finally launched our blog, so it's up in the air. And well, if you want to write for it, we are always welcoming people to do so. In the meantime, we've also applied and were eligible for a Google Ads grant, where we have around $10,000 to use on Google Ads per month. This is also something that I've presented to my community in the last call. So it's something that all of you can have. So if you have any questions about it, I will also be able to help you with this later. I was also responsible for taking the Azure grant, where we have the websites stored and making some use of it. We get around $3,500 per year to use on Azure. So we also got that. Then the survival guides, the production and the coordination of the teams that were responsible for them, the incoming and the outgoing, and they're out there and you have probably seen them. Regarding interns, together with Marianne, we've been selecting, opening a new call, because the other one, we didn't have many quality applications and only one was eligible for interviewing. So we had another call, and we are now doing interviews with them and selecting them. So we are looking for a communication intern and a web developer, and we have good applications. So this is very positive for our future. And finally, I was doing some support calls, mainly the SN Porto and Aveiro, regarding the COVID situation in their cities. And yeah, providing help on that. Anna, please. Yeah, and there is something else. There is the annual report coordination. This is something that should be out very soon. We're just finishing some design matters. And yeah, this will be out. It's the annual report regarding the year of 2019-2020 and the activity of ESN Portugal. Yeah, you can go to the next one. Okay, so for the next steps, the first step will be to have an established communication plan for 2021. You might have seen that this was supposed to be done according to our idea for the year of 2020-2021. But since we are changing our strategy for a civil year, it makes more sense to have all of the strategy aligned with that. So we'll have a communication plan for 2021 instead of 2020-2021. After that, we are now focusing much on upgrading our website and hopefully the sections websites as well. Because the website, it's the face of our organization, and it has been left on the site for a long time. And this is one of the main focuses for now, and the development of the newsletters, internal and external. So we're going to do one at a time, but this is part of the next goals that I have. And yeah, finding the new interns that we are now on the way of doing. Regarding my support team, I have ComCom PT, which is an amazing team, but we also have some left positions. So if you'd like to be part of it, it would be amazing. We are not looking for people who have design skills. We have those people. We are looking for people who like to either write or do some research or have really great ideas to do some brainstorming on the things that we post. So it would be really awesome. And also for a web project administrator. So until now, Gabi has been helping me with some more essential things, but he's not going to be here forever and he's not even in Portugal. So we are looking for a new WPA that we also will also have the web developer together to work with him. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So I'm going to put Rodrigo on. Conseguimos, mas com um eco. Experimenta outra vez.
How about now?
Está muito melhor.
Melhor?
Sim.
Can I?
Claro.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. As I said that before, but you didn't hear me. Hope you are all energized as me. So basically, for my events and meetings, I was also an LVM Coimbra trainer. I participated in the 10th PFC, which took form online. Then we organized the first online meeting for BFC Portugal as well. I had meetings together with Beatriz with Even Simpler for the development of ESN portal, as you know. Then we had the first online meeting for the ESN car team and then for the employability task force per se. Also, I had a meeting with our accounting office a few weeks ago and a meeting with Eurocenter to close out our year. I was also present in the GIFI meeting with Anna and Miguel. Also, I had a meeting with Mindset, which is a company that specializes in grants, in the development of grants with organizations. They will be helping us moving forward with applying for grants and guaranteeing funding through that source. Also, we had a national board meeting, a physical one, a few months ago. Anna? As for the activity, I was also involved in the PAJ and PAI intermediate reports and the restructuration and the final report of Forma Mais. Also involved in the application for the grant for the Municipal Hall of Porto and also the reapplication for the European Youth Foundation grant, which will be then reapplicating with the help of Mindset. Also taking care of the survival guides order, the distribution of the Vodafone SIM cards, transitioning to a new warehouse. Okay, for those who don't know, we shared the warehouse with ESN Porto. Now we had to move to an independent warehouse. As well, the introduction of the ESN portal per se, so the creation of guidelines, creation of trainings and calls, and of course all the administrative and financial tasks that are connected to my position as well, and also the creation of the budget and the reports. Anna? For the next steps, of course, the PAJ and PAI application and the final report of for 2020 and the application for 2021. The same for Formar Mais. I'll also be involved in the working group for the Erasmus National Games. As Anna said, we'll look for new grants application. We already have some in mind. Also, we will be developing the employability field, mainly with the job opportunities platform, and then we'll work with the SNCAR team. I will work with the SNCAR team for the expansion of our network of commercial partners. So here's my SNCAR team for this year. This year we have Francisco Silva as our partnership manager and Eduardo Ribeiro as our marketing manager. They will be supporting me with maintenance and gathering of new partners, of course, and with the promotion. Anna? And for our, oh, sorry, I forgot to change the name for Joana Lima. Joana Lima is our employability officer, of course, and Francisco Silva is once again our business and finance community manager. I'm very happy to have all positions filled and to work with all of them, and you'll be hearing from us a lot starting now. And for me, that's it, I think.
So is the presentation is over, Anna?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I will open the speakers list. Please, who wants to speak can use the option to raise hand or say so, please. Is not okay. Rita Diaz, sure.
Hello, thank you guys for your presentation. It was very, I think we all understand what we were doing and the next steps. I have two questions. One is for all of you, and the other one is only for Sarah. The first one is that, are you planning to open the support positions again, like in the second semester, if you don't have people to fill the positions?
No, we are not intending to have an open call, an extra open call. However, if there, all the vacant positions, if there's anyone interested in applying, it's okay. But we are not going to make a second open call because we already made two and didn't make sense to continue. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And the second one is for Sarah. You said that you want to open the ENG and the open calls for members. When are you planning to open the ENG one, like certainly?
Can you repeat the question, Rita, please?
Sorry, my internet is not very good, so probably it will be climbing up. So you said that you are planning to open the calls for the OC of ENG and ENM. When are you planning to open the ENG one? Like, because it's sooner.
Okay, so we agree that for the moment it's better to open only the call for the responsibles for the teams, since we have it divided by areas. And then once they start to speak about the event, and now we are going to do another open call for the rest of the OC. Because even though we want to make the event, we are not completely sure that we can do it. So we don't want to have a lot of people working and then stop the work. So we are going to do this by step. But I will speak also with Francisco soon. But I think that in 1 week, more or less, we will have the open call.
Perfect, thank you.
Is that no? Any more questions? No. So I would move forward, and since at least for me, it's still a bit early for the coffee break, I would propose a change in the agenda and for the National Board to present the action plan already. The National Board, is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I will ask the LRs to say yes or no according to when I speak. Algarve?
Here.
Do you agree with the change of the agenda? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Almada?
Yes.
Aveiro?
Yes.
Castelo Branco?
Yes.
Coimbra?
Yes.
Villar?
Yes.
Évora,
Yes.
okay. Can talk now. Lisboa,
Yes.
Madeira, still not here. Minho,
Yes.
Porto,
Yes.
Tomar,
Yes.
and Utad, Mr. Karanchek. Okay, so we'll change the agenda and the national board will present now.
Mm. So I hope you are already seeing my screen. Is that right? Sorry. Just 1 second. Okay. So, on the name of the National Board, I will present you today the action plan and budget for 2021. As you know, last year we changed the action plan because in the last couple of years we had been presenting an action plan for the academic year. However, we started to present the action plan and budget for the civil year. The fields of action continue the same. And why? Because they are aligned with a 3-year strategy. They are visibility and cooperation. Sorry, I need to change the, I'm sorry, because otherwise I only see Zoom. Okay. So it's visibility and cooperation, internationalization, volunteers, communication and digitalization, governance and financial sustainability. Regarding visibility and cooperation, so I will not, of course, make a pass by every point of the document. However, we will tackle a little bit the main points of each strategic priority. Okay, it's better if you have questions in the end regarding some specific point, then that I present every point entirely. So the first point regarding visibility and cooperation stands for a aims to reinforcing the external visibility of our federation as an essential element of every work that is developed by every national board member, but all the sections actually. So we intend to maintain an active voice and cooperation with some stakeholders that we already had. Use external representation as a motto that stands and shows our mission, vision, and values, and the activity of all network and sections. Of course, we are going to focus on the field of education. And with the institutional stakeholders and institutional partners regarding the education field, such as national agency, CISP and group, because they are not with one of the national agencies and CISP and group. It's not. We do not have yet a quiz cooperation, but we will try to do it. So. Regarding all these relations, our aim is to stand for ESN credibility and to showcase all our projects the best way possible and our action. And that's it. Regarding internationalization, we focus on national projects, national events, and international cooperation. I will start by the end. International cooperation, as you already know, we have a cooperation with the ESN Iberia, and we intend to continue that cooperation. And of course, the cooperation with SWEP, it's a really important topic. Also, last year was talked to have an action plan. However, because we do not have really establish developments in the international level, we didn't put that in our action plan. However, that doesn't mean that we do not pretend to have a strong cooperation with SWEP countries, of course. Regarding national projects and national events, as you know, internationalization is the core of all action of ESN. It's our base, so everything that we develop, it's a little bit it has something to do with internationalization. Regarding our national projects and national events, of course, we do a lot of activities and initiatives and projects regarding all causes. However, we will focus the national projects and national events in these three causes that expose a little bit our action and activities. Regarding employability, as me and Rodrigo already said, we are trying to develop this part of ESN Portugal, aiming that international students can see Portugal also as a place to work and do their internship, and not only doing their students mobility. Regarding health and well-being and environmental sustainability, as you know, we have the MESH project. We intend to upgrade this project, and also regarding our national event ENG, we want to have the ENG as a event focused on external relations, because of course it is always truly interesting to come with this event for stakeholders, and it is really good also for our credibility. Regarding culture, we had last year we started the centralized project of Christmas with Portuguese families, when we intend to continue with that. Sadly, we cannot do this year. I'm sorry, the project this year. However, we intend to continue to do that. Of course, this is an action plan for 2021, so it's not this national board that is going to do this project, but it would be the next one. So regarding volunteers, the key of all network, of course, and because volunteers are such an important piece of everything in ESN, it is really important to have knowledge transfer, and to guarantee that knowledge transfer is being done correctly. And because of this, we of course are going to continue to do training events. We are thinking about a small restructuration of a training event, but also a little bit connected with training events. And really important thing this year is the validation of the volunteer work, that it's done not only by certificate trainings, but we intend to have working group on ESN Portugal 2.0 that will develop and tackle these issues, and how to validate the volunteer work internally. And of course, the validation is really important also in local sections. So this working group will tackle both of these realities. Regarding international engagement and community empowerment, of course, we intend to empower communities, because it is really important to be connected with the roles, with each role that is reflected in the local level, and also for best practice sharing, but so the communication can be from the local level to the national one, and the national level to the local level. That is good for knowledge transfer, but also for the national board to have this close contact with all volunteers and to know in the best way possible the reality of each local section. And in the end, our main aim is that the section's health can be achieved. Regarding communication and digitalization, so we intend to empower and strengthen our brand across all communication channels. So we intend to have a coherent branding. And of course, this is also really important for our external visibility. It's not all the corporations that we established that has a great impact on our external visibility, but communication, it's a truly important piece in this part. Regarding services and IT, it is necessary to keep up with the digital evolution. So it's why you see this part in services and IT. And that's why we really need, this is a part that we have still a lot to develop in ESN Portugal. And that's why we are searching also for interns in this area. And that these three topics wouldn't be nothing if we wouldn't have a strategy behind all of them. Regarding governance, it's really, this topic is really this priority, strategic priority, sorry. It's really important for the best development possible of the federation, because it's a topic that tackles the internal structure of ESN, and here we can see the supporting positions and their connection with the national board, but also their restructuration, I'm sorry, and also the secretariat. Regarding some services, or one of the main goals is to centralize all services, not all services, but some services that are interesting to explore in the federation, and we are going to continue to do that. So the main goal in this point is to that we have, and I think this is a idea that comes from a long time ago also, it's to have an insurance related with the ESN card. Regarding quality and assurance e-reporting, it's really important to know the state of our work, in which point are we right now in the federation. So the quality assurance and the reporting, it's essential for this, but also to showcase in the part of reporting, to showcase our action and activity, and this has also a lot of an impact regarding external visibility. So I will pass the word to Rodrigo.
So, hi everyone, I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes.
Regarding financial sustainability, regarding financial sustainability, is really related to a lot to the budget, which I will talk about next. But generally, for this year, we'll have to be really cautious, and while planning for the future, we need to still have flexibility to take on all the challenges that next year will bring us. So all unexpected circumstances need to be, or try to be, accounted for. This means that in general there'll be a reduction of costs, as I hope you have seen around the budget. Also a bigger focus on sustainability. What does this mean? Well, it means that project events will be more heavily funded through grants and public funding, as well as only essential obligations will be maintained. We also will have to take into account many worst case scenarios. And the only risk per se that we'll have in the budget will be the need to have finance from grants, which isn't much as a risk, but also more of direction to what we want for the next year, which will combine the second semester of this board and the first semester of the other, of course. Also, the maintenance of reserves, of financial reserves for ESN Portugal, which is a very important step, which wasn't very much taken into account last year's because, of course, the federation was very sustainable at the time, because we depended on ESN card sales a lot and the creation of, and the national event, of course. So for the next year as well, the public funding and grants will be under a lot of focus. That's why we also are trying new kinds of grants and public funding opportunities, and we'll be cooperating with Mindset, as I said before. Also, we'll be looking at our own social impact. What does this mean? It means that the better we have defined our social impact, the better we'll be able to apply for national, international, local grants, because it will be easier for us to explain our fields of action and what impact we create for society. And here is the true gain. It's here that bigger organizations get their funding, is through analyzing and developing the social impact, and we'll taking a look at this throughout next year. Anna, you can pass. You can click on the link.
Queres que eu abra o link ou queres abrir tu?
Abre tu. Of course, I won't tackle all the. Oi, perdemos. I was saying I won't tackle, of course, all the items on the budget. Just generally that will generally support for events, support for also for events and participation and fees for LRs. We took a hit on that as well. However, we'll try to maintain all main obligations. As you can see, if you scroll down and to number 5, yes, and scroll down.
Wait, this is really low. No, slow.
Yes, thank you. As you can see, so far now we have we still do not know if it will be possible to organize A&M. We are of course counting on that. However, we made in the creation of the budget, we are not counting with any income from A&M. So if this year, once again, and I'm knocking on wood 3 times, if A&M doesn't happen, the budget won't be impacted by that. So as you can see, the net income from A&M in this budget is 0. So any extra income will be a gain as well. So basically, yes, all support are for all the support that is mentioned in the budget is for only essential projects and events. As well, we'll try to fund everything else through through grants, like I said before, such as projects as the ESN Cloud, which is already being financed by the Azure grant, like Beatrice said. And we'll try to keep this matter in our thought throughout the rest of the year. The Secretariat, of course, will, if it will be expanded or not, will be only through the help of national grants, mainly national grants that will support, for example, job creation, as well as we'll try to get more operational costs inside the PAJ grant, which means that operational costs are not the costs that are at risk per se. So they are not events, they are not related to our activity, related to events and projects, but related to our operational work. So in that way, these operational costs will be more secured through the PAJ grant. And as well, in the end, you can see the maintenance of reserves in Portugal. They are not very high, but I think that if we start with this thought of creating always reserves at the end of the budget, we'll be working towards a more sustainable federation, of course. And this being a budget that's for the whole year for another board, this is the direction that we want to give to them, and these are the tools that we'll be working with to implement our vision and our action plan. You can cut back to the presentation. Also, sorry, just one small thing. As you can see, the costs with the ESN Portal, the new platform, are a fraction of what we used to spend with the MySN card platform, as you can see. And only this year we'll have the costs of creation that I will talk about in the presentation. And the maintenance cost of the platform is very, very low. As you already know before when the proposals were presented. So we also were able to have a big reduction of spending on that area. You can cut back now. So yeah, Anna, you can close.
So
Okay, thank you everyone. I'll open the speakers list. Remember that this is going to be voted, so it's important to be discussed. Is there any questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, Bruno Santos, Ana Sofia. Bruno, please.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank the National Board for all the work that they've put into the actual into developing the action plan and budget. And ESN Coimbra is curious about some of the topics that you have presented. So, for example, in the action plan, you say that you are planning on developing and implementing a platform with the objective of promoting opportunities for international students. Can you give us a little more information on how this platform will work and how will the different opportunities be promoted towards international students? And I would also like to ask if you have plans to expand this platform to ESN volunteers, maybe using our very valuable alumni network to do this.
So I will be answering to that about the job opportunities platform. Okay, so for those who don't know, throughout last year we had several contacts from firms and companies that were interested in expanding their so I would say their internationalization in terms of workers. So they want to have more international people and their workforce, and they want to reach them through us. And I think there's a very big opportunity on that way. So what happens, of course, with the pandemic and such, those opportunities we were not able to fulfill those requirements, as well as we need an updated website, as Beatriz said. With the meeting with Gifi that we had, I think 2 weeks ago, not very much more, they made available, so they wanted to cooperate with us on promoting their job opportunities for international people, but they, instead of a regular payment or some other kind of deal, they volunteered one of their interns to develop this kind of platform, landing page, or updating website. We still have not figured out what the best how do you say, framework will be, because we'll also be working with an intern that does not belong to ESN Portugal. So we'll see first of all, what his skills and what Gifi pretends that we work with him. And with that information, we will develop the platform, the landing page, whatever the end result, in order to have a secure and a visible platform to promote job opportunities, and the framework that we can work with better with companies. Because as before, we would use the existing website with all its limitations in our social media to try to cut deals with these companies. But now with an updated landing page or platform, like Anna said, we'll be able to acquire much more interest from these companies. And of course, our main goal is to make ESN Portugal the go-to organization when companies want to talk to international students and recruit them to their companies, or promote opportunities for them to work here or abroad in their headquarters. As for the alumni network, sorry, I'll forget the second question. Of course, the alumni network is a pool of almost unlimited capacity and
and talent, let's say like that. However, we need to take into account what the companies would prefer, because some of these job opportunities are really targeted for people with a native language, with a specific native language. However, if the target audience is, for example, international people or people with a tendency for internationalization, or that just specialize in one language, or they speak two languages, then here we will of course take advantage of our alumni network, and we'll be able to reach an even bigger target audience and satisfy the needs of those companies. So for sure, we'll take that into account. Hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Rodrigo. I also have another question. I don't know if you want to pass on to other sections before I make this one, or
You can make that one. Yes, we have them.
okay. So you are also planning on developing a strategy for validation of volunteer work. So we think this is a very important topic and one that has been very necessary for a long time. So do you have any idea on how this will be done through the ESN Portugal 2.0 working group?
Hello, Bruno. Thank you for your question. So in terms of validation, the most tangible thing at the moment is certification. That's something that the training team and the national board were already thinking about last year, and hopefully we can implement it this year. So one of the first tasks that the training team will dedicate themselves to, and working with me, is going to be to find a structure so that every training event that ESN Portugal holds, the participants receive a certificate of the trainings and the competencies that they have developed, so that it has a value outside of ESN as well. So that's the first step, finding a strategy to do that, because as you know, we have a lot of training events, so we need to have a structure in place that it's easy to replicate every time we have an event. Then in terms of the working group, the main objective is going to be first to study what we currently do in terms of validation, both nationally and locally. So there's going to be a consultation process with the sections so that we can define validation, so that we can figure out what we currently do to validate our volunteers, because validation can take many forms. It can go from anything to a certificate to a conversation with your volunteers. And then the main outcome of the working group would be to have strategies that, but mainly that sections can apply locally to validate their volunteers, so that it becomes a daily practice and not something that we just do every once in a while. If you have any further question about this, please feel free to ask.
No, okay, that was enough. Thank you, Mariana.
Okay, I'll remind you to say your name and section before talking, because it's important for us to write in the minutes. It's easier. And now, Ana Sofia Machado.
Yes. Okay. Ana Sofia, ESN Porto. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, actually, before I ask the question, thank you for this action plan. We know it was a lot of work for you. And we also see it's great that you will restart the MESH program. And the question is, how will you implement it in case we cannot organize physical events?
Hello, Ana Sofia, thank you for your question. Regarding MESH project, MESH is not only about our physical event, our Erasmus National Games, but is also about training regarding these fields of action. So we actually can do a lot of things regarding mobility, environmental sustainability. Mobility, health and environmental and sustainability, I'm sorry. So I think that if we do not have like in-person events, that there is not a big issue. It's a part that we cannot implement in the project. However, we have a lot to explore regarding sustainable mobility and healthy mobility. Actually, also our partnership and cooperation with ANEP and maybe with ANEP, the Nucleus of Psychology students, and maybe a possible one with a nurse student. It can be also really good because they have the expertise that we do not have regarding mental health and health health and well-being that we do not have. So we can develop trainings. We can develop a lot of things regarding these field of actions. I hope that I had answered the question. And any question, feel free to ask.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I also have another question. Maybe it will be more for Sara, since it's regarding the events manager community. I would like to know, we would like to know what do you think will be the future of the events community, since this semester was necessary, the support, and it wasn't given because it was thought that the community needed to be restructured and the supporting position needed to be restructured. So what do you think it will be the future of the events community?
So first of all, I think that we need to have a community, and for that we need to be sure who we want to include on our community, and that's the email that I've been sending to the national board, to the local board, sorry. And after that, it's really important to understand with the community what they want to achieve inside the community itself. The community is not for the events manager from the national board, it's for the sections. So they have to decide what they want to achieve from that. Obviously that we can understand that we can work on cooperation between the sections, but the COVID situation and probably the physical events, the local ones, will not start to happening 100% in February or January. So we will keep this support, and we want to deliver, of course, a better support. I'm working on that with the sports coordinator, and we will work on that inside the community. But we also have the task force, and this is why it's really important for the members to apply to the task force. That is why we asked for some experience in events, because someone for the events community to be in the task force for the COVID can help both the groups to work together. It's more or less this. I understand that we do not have an idea because we need to start it from the beginning. To have the people there and then together to decide what we want to achieve in the end of the year and in the next years.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I can ask more questions, or maybe I can go to the bottom of the speakers list.
Yes, but to the bottom of the speakers list is better because we still have Rita waiting. Okay, so okay, after Rita, you may talk again. Rita, I will give you the word.
Hello, thank you once again for your perfect job. So I have 3 questions. I don't know if I have time for them or you want to pass to Sophia. I ask 2 and you can pass to Sophia, and I ask the other one after.
2 at a time is better to follow the rules every time. It's better.
Okay. The first one is for Rodrigo about the implementation of a platform to centralize information. What kind of platform are you planning to implement? And this platform will be only for the national board, or the sections can also use it?
Hello, Rita. So this platform, this started last year because there's a lot of information about ESN Portugal, and it's all spread out about ESN Portugal and its sections. And the idea was to have a sort of a wiki for us with information about the national board, the history of ESN Portugal and the federation, the information about its sections, possibly expand to have centralized information, for example, regarding trainings and all the materials. There is a platform and there is some information there. It's just the platform is not very updated, and the conclusion that the board came to last year was that it's not very user friendly, and it takes a lot of time to input information, and the result is not very usable or enjoyable or accessible. So the goal now is to find a new platform and literally start compiling information in a way that's productive. And the objective would be to be accessible, like just as the international wiki is, to be accessible to all the volunteers in the federation. Obviously, there's the option that some information might be sensitive and it might be only available to local boards or to the national board, and there might be different sections, but the platform in itself and most of its information, the goal is that it's available to all volunteers so that they can explore.
Thank you, Mariana. My second question is about the expansion of the Secretariat of ESN Portugal. Do you intend to keep the current positions, and if you want to add other positions to it? And which one?
Right now, our main focus is to keep our administrative director and to keep this position working really good. And of course, it would be really nice to open up more positions, but first we need to implement in a really good way these 3 ones and continuously, and then we can open one more in the area of the administrative work, external representation, projects and grants. But I think firstly it's essential to have a strong secretariat, and these 3 positions always with the per people. And then we can think about to expand a secretariat. That of course it's not out of our plans, because that would be great to have one more person to be in this position. But I must say also that people that are not entirely inside of the ESN world have really specific training needs, and really specific, we need to pass a lot of knowledge to them. So we spend a lot of time in this part. So it would be perfect, for instance, if we had like a fixed person as an administrative director, and then this person could also give training to other people that would join to the secretariat. However, well, it's fundamental for us first to have these as a current team, and then to add more people, because to have more people and it can be worse sometimes if it's not consolidated. The first team first. Thank you, Rita, for your question.
Thank you, Anna. My last question is about the budget of the International Erasmus Games.
Rita, do you mind giving the words to Anna Sofia, just because I also asked her to give the word to you, so 2 questions at a time? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Ana Sofia is in Porto again. My question is about the financial stability, and it's probably more to Rodrigo. So basically, knowing that the sections were harmed during this pandemic on a financial level and probably lost a lot of the revenue this year, is there a strategy to support the sections when it comes to their financial management?
So, how can I say this? Okay, so we did the first step. We are doing first step analysis during BFC meetings specifically. The last one we went a little bit in depth on how the first months of the sections were going through, because we cannot help sections without a true assessment of what they've been going through. We did that assessment during the first confinement months, right around, I think, April, May, where we analyzed specifically if sections were if they were really being damaged for now, if they were in conditions to start this first semester. General feedback was that sections were able to start this semester, of course, thinking that would be a little bit smoother than what it is now. We had the last BFC call, I think less than a month ago, and we were able to see, of course, the sections that were present, how they were impacted and how they were managing that impact, which is very important. As of now, any section, and I'm saying this since from the beginning, every section, and I already had a few calls with some treasurers, can ask us for help. For now, the only help that I was asked was about more financial management tips and a little bit related to what was said in the LBM, of course. Also, sessions at any time, especially with payments regarding SN Portugal, can work with me as has been done in the past, any kind of payment plan that they need, and I'll be talking about that a little bit about next week. As for general strategy, I think the first steps will be the first thing will be to continue to analyze the situation step by step. So I'm planning to have another BFC call within the next month, I hope, so we can have a true assessment of how the situation of every section is and do a step-by-step plan to help that section. With whatever they need, we'll be here to help. And now that we have also a more stable situation when regarding our reality as a national organization, we can better now help any section that requires it. I'll say it again, any section that really needs help or really is a little bit lost or was not able to start their financial management in the way they hope for, can reach out to us, so we can start to help them. Of course, with the position of the BFC manager field a month ago, we are able to give that support on a much better way, and we hope again that any section that really needs it reaches out.
Okay, thank you. And also another question to you, maybe. What is your vision of ESN Portugal's financial growth? Will you focus your time and energy in raising value through the institutional partners or through the international students? Or another area?
As I said before, like we are in the year, or we are doing a period where we, as of now, the income related to anything, all incomes related to international students, be it ESN car sales, merchandising, be it revenue from commercial partners, which is always indexed, or most of it is indexed to the amount of international students that we can reach, is being really hampered. So any income from that side is being diminished throughout these last few months. So this is income that we'll need to prepare for the worst case scenario. So that, as I said before, all my efforts and the efforts of our director and Anna will be going towards national, local, municipal, European, any kind of grant and public funding that we can find. We will look for it. That's why we'll start cooperating with Mindset. That's why we're also cooperating with our accounting office in every opportunity that we have to apply for any kind of grant and support. Also support for hiring people for our secretariat and stuff. So our main focus as well is really having a bigger chunk of our internal income from these kinds of grants. Why? Because it's the most secure funding that we can have right now, be it at any level. So any commercial, every private, let's say it funding, as of now, it's not secure. because it will depend on performance, will depend on the state of the country, the world, etc. So we need to redirect, really, I hope, I know our forces to this kind of funding.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to be put again in the speakers list. I don't know if you heard me, but thank you. And can you please add me to the speakers list? Okay.
Yes, of course. Rita?
Hello, Rita, ESN Lisboa. My last question is also to Rodrigo, is about the budget of International Erasmus Games. I saw that you didn't have any budget allocated to the participation of International Erasmus Games. So if the team wins in the national level, you will not have the support for the federation, like the section has to support all the travel and all the fee, etc.
I would not go so far as to say that the section has to support it. We'll need to see every other option that we can have. So International Erasmus Games, unfortunately, that's an event that I really love, and I was lucky to be in the organization of an event like that. However, it's not a priority per se for the next year, or at least with the conditions that we have right now. Okay, what does this mean? That for now we cannot predict that we'll have the ability to support Erasmus students to go to the International Erasmus Games. This meaning that other alternatives will need to be looked for, be it for example, the main sponsors of the event that can also help support the traveling of the team, supporting with the equipments and so on. That as of now, yes, no support is being predicted to take the team, the winning team, to their International Erasmus Games. Sorry, as well as the part of the fee can be used to support those costs, and part of the support from partners can also be used for that. But as of now, yes, no support is given.
Okay, thank you, Rodrigo.
Ana Sofia? I don't know what name you preferred, I forgot. But yes, you're welcome to talk. And if you have more than 2 questions, you can talk, because you can ask, because you're the last.
Okay, thank you. Again, Ana Sofia in Porto. So I think this question is again for you, Rodrigo. A lot of sections have already their own partners. Some have a very full communication schedule, and for us, in case of ESN Porto, our local partners are more useful and have a bigger impact on our Erasmus, or most of our local partners have that. And we struggle with maintaining our communication plan with so many different partners, besides the international and national partners. So in what way do you think you will be able to adapt and adjust your goals with the goals of the local sections when it comes to partners communication?
The only way I have to do that is by working with the sections. So as you know, as of now, the only I was going to say in the sections duties, there's the duty to promote national partners, of course. What you also need to understand is that we have, as a national organization, we can only have so much the ability to promote partners as the sections are able to do it. So we have, of course, our own impact to our own students, but it's not even compared to the reach that you have. Of course, then I in no way want for you to have your own communication of your own partners impacted, of course. Any kind of communication plan is always, and this is a part where my expertise starts dropping, and where Beatriz is better than me to answer, but any communication plan is worked on with Comcom, okay, and it takes into account all the needs of the sections. It's also shared every month with the sections, where any feedback can be provided about if the partners, if the channels are the right channels, if your channels are overflown, and how can you better adapt to that kind of communication. I don't know, Via, if you want to take in on this.
I can add. So lately, the calendar hasn't been shared, so there haven't been like a really wider demand for you to do it. Of course, it's part of your duties, and we are working on having it back again. for the sections. And of course, we take into account that you have your local partners that you need to promote. But since we have the national partners, and this is something that is required also from their side, it's really important that we try to do it. We try to have it the most spread out throughout the month in order not to impact as much also your calendars. And the goal of sharing with you the calendar before it has to be done, it's for you to be able to plan accordingly to what we have and what you have to do. And if at any time you have any question regarding that, you can just approach me or Rodrigo, and we'll deal with it. But the goal is for you to, we are now having a calendar prepared back to share with you again, as it was done in the beginning of the year before COVID. But yeah, yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to complete,
I
sorry.
think it answered the question.
So to complete, so if at any time you feel like you are overwhelmed with national partners, if you do not agree with any kind of with the calendar that we propose, please approach us as soon as you can, as soon as you talk with your communication manager, with your marketing manager, whatever, and we can plan out any kind of need that you have. Just please reach us out. We really need your feedback in order to have the best calendar for you to promote.
Okay, thank you. That answered the question. Thank you, both of you. I have just two fast questions, hopefully. The first one is the all risk insurance has been a goal for the past 2 years, and it hasn't been accomplished yet, unfortunately. And I can see that it's also a goal for the next year. Since it hasn't been done in the past 2 years, what are the main struggles to finding this insurance? And do you think the sections could help in some?
Yes, this goal is a goal that has been here for far too long. I agree with that with you. Last year, I was hoping that we could make a few advancements when talking to Allianz, which was the company that provided us the insurance for the Erasmus National Games. We were informed that because we were, how do you say it, a non-profit organization, let's say, that means that we could not have, it would not adapt to us an all risk insurance. I don't know if that's related to our our CAI, so it means our how do you say, the register that we have for the government as an organization as our end goal. But I will need to explore that more by having another opinion. In that, in the meantime, I was not able to do that. This means that the last answer that we got is that because of our nature as a non-profit, we could not have this kind of all risk insurance, and we had to do insurance event by event. But now that we are a federation and such, and all our sections are connected, I think that we may be able to have this to turn this around, but I do not have the legal expertise for this, and I will need to seek legal advice. If by any means you have someone involved in insurance policy or something like that, let me know. I will be very interested to pursue that goal. Also, of course, dealing with pandemic and all these risks, I hope that having an all risk insurance associated to events while we have the pandemic going on, I hope this will not be I don't know, a reason for any extra cost or any or for any insurance company to not want to work with us. But of course, that will remain to be seen. So I say again, if anyone has any kind of contact of someone working in the insurance field, please let me know. I will be very interesting to have a talk with them.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is regarding the area like 6.9 to about the contingency plan. It's great that you added something related to the pandemic and how to fight this. This contingency plan is for the national events. And what I mean is that, is it just for the National Erasmus Games and Erasmus National Meeting, or is regarding the entire national events that are organized by other sections?
Me and Sarah may answer a little bit to this. So Sarah, if you need to add something before I talk, feel free to do so. We had that point in our action plan because we thought that it was extremely important for us to also be prepared in every situation. If we don't know actually the future, we don't know if in Erasmus, if we are going to have our national events as we used to have them, and we don't know what are the needs that we are going to have. So our main goal is to create wide guidelines to make contingency plans. However, these contingency plans need to be adapted to actually each event, because the needs are different, the spaces are different, and we will need, actually, if we need an area to isolate someone, we would need to have like plans and the structure of the places that we are in. However, that doesn't mean that we cannot have a document that has guidelines to make these contingency plans also useful, that can be useful for local sections, and determine it and some guidelines actually in other areas. We will also tackle a little bit this point and at afternoon, actually, in another presentation regarding this topic, but we will. The main goal is to have as a document that guides us during all national events, to be followed by every international student, every volunteer, and every volunteer of our network from the national and local level.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear or.
No, I thought that Sarah was going to speak. That's why I was waiting to see.
Just to, since you spoke about the contingency plan for the national events, but also for the local events, we have to divide this for those that can work on this. So we have me and Anna working now, also with the help of Miguel, in the guidelines and the plan that we want to do to the federation, and of course this includes the local boards and in the local session as well. But then we have the COVID task force, and then we have the events community. So we can make these templates, we can help the sections doing this. It's really important that you have a contingency plan for all your events, okay? Or a general contingency plan that includes your different type of events, because we have there is difference for a contingency plan for sports events or for cultural events, and these guidelines are available in the COVID microsite of DGS, and you can see the difference between these situations. So this means that we need to first to have a task force, a team to help us to understand which type of guidelines and which type of contingency plan you need for a specific event. And then we need an events community that can ask us what we need, okay?
Okay, thank you. And if I can make one last comment.
Yes, we have Mariana for the speakers list, but you can.
Sorry. No, it's okay. I mean, it's really fast, but I can go after
Hey,
Mariana.
do it. No, do it. It's fine.
Okay, thank you so much for your action plan. We are really happy to see some of the points there. And I would like to add that the feedback we got for the communication and digitalization area was actually really good from our section. So we're really happy with the action plan.
Okay, so now we'll have Mariana Freire, and before that I will propose to close the speakers list. Is anyone against? The speakers list is closed. Mariana?
So, Mariana Freire from SN Almada. Good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulate you on your work, especially during this pandemic situation where it is necessary to reinvent ourselves and try to understand what to change and how to adapt to many of that actions. Most of the questions has already been answered, but I have just one question about NM. So, of course, you are realizing how important the NM is not only for financial and external issues, but I don't understand if, first of all, in one hand, if that event cannot happen, if is some kind of plan B, or if the NM really is done, if you have changes or adaptations if in this event happens, and if it is already included in the budget that Rodrigo presented. I don't know if I was clear.
If I understood it, you are asking that if ENM will have any real impact on the budget if it's not happening, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the budget is made that with if you see the accounting for the ENM, you'll see that the net accounting for the items NM 2020 and NM 2021 and NM 2022, the net income is zero. With this meaning that if NM we are counting with NM happening, but we are counting on it having zero impact in our budget. This meaning that we are looking at a net income of zero for NM. Of course, in reality, if NM happens, we'll try to always try to make it profitable, not a lot, of course, because that will also hamper the participation. But because also we do not do events looking just for net income, we'll always have a safety margin. But this means that if NM does not happen, the effect on the budget is zero. So if for some reason NM needs to be postponed or needs to, again, knocking on wood 3 times, if NM does not happen, the budget will not be impacted, and that's already accounted for. I don't know if Sarah wants to speak.
I just didn't understood if there is any question regarding the logistical part, or is just for the financial part of the NM.
I said that if NM really happens, perhaps we have to changes or adaptations to this pandemic situation. If you are already thinking about these adaptations and so on.
Okay, regarding the adaptations, I think we have a very clear and natural path that we have to go through, because obviously we will need to make sure that we have all the security and safety measures, and this is not optional, and I don't think this is going to be optional in April. There is also the visit that I want to do to the hotel to understand how they are organizing the hotel logistical part and the structure, because this is the part, this is the place where we sleep or where we are going to eat and so on. But of course that unfortunately we will never have we will never be sure enough that what we can do and we cannot do at this time, and probably not in December or not even in January or February. And so it will be a little bit more difficult for us. Sorry?
It's a day by day right now.
Yeah. What we have sure is that we are working on on the event or in planning the event, and we will have for sure a contingency plan for the NM.
Okay. Once again, thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's not any more questions, I will move forward and I will propose to change the agenda again. So to have the coffee break now, and then the presentation about the activities and financial report, and then the lunch break. Okay, I will ask the LRs if they agree. Sorry. So Algarve.
Yes.
Almada.
Yes.
Aveiro.
Actually, the change doesn't work really well for me because I scheduled my day according to the previous agenda, but if everyone agrees, I'll manage.
Yes or no, please?
No.
And, okay, Coimbra.
Yes.
Covilhã.
Yes.
Évora. Évora.
I'm sorry, I think you skipped Castelo Branco.
Yes, and I don't know why. Because it's not in Castelo Branco, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Évora. So, Lisboa.
Yes.
Minho.
Yes.
Porto.
Yes.
Tomar.
Yes.
Okay, so remember that you cannot make comments during votings. If you want to make comments, you have to do it before the votings, not during the votings. Okay. So now we'll have the coffee break. We will be back. Let's see. We will be back at 12:15. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So everyone, it's 12:15. We're going to continue. First, I will do the quorum check after coffee break. Okay. Algarve.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Almada.
Here.
Aveiro. Castelo Branco.
Here.
Coimbra.
Here.
Covilhã. Covilhã. Okay. Évora.
Here.
Lisboa.
Here.
Madeira. Minho.
Here.
Porto.
Here.
Tomar.
Here.
Utah. Okay, so we'll move forward. National Board, you may start your presentation.
Thank you. Hello again. 1 second, I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, so this topic will be regarding activities and financial report. Then this last one presented to the national platform. As you know, last year was presented a strategy to change the action plan to a academic year from the academic year to a civil year. And this strategy had also the reports that should be done with the... isto é em português, não é? Não, English, sorry. So this strategy also had the report, when we should do every report regarding the action plans. So it was presented that in this time of the year, as we presented the action plan 2020-21, would be presented also the report 2020. As you can see right here. However, we noticed something, and also we actually talked a little bit with the audit team regarding this topic, because we do not have all the bank accounts closed. So we will present another final report in the end of when 31st of December passes and we have already closed every count and everything regarding money. So we will present the final report in the beginning of the next civil year, so in the beginning of 2021. Well, actually, we also have a kind of a suggestion, sorry, for the next board, because of course the problem on having strategies is that we cannot predict everything that is going to happen, and this way we are going to present one more report than what was expected, and but our suggestion is that the next national board only needs to do the final report 2021 in the beginning of the year of the 2020 year. As you know, these also has to do with our standing orders, statutes and standing orders, that they say that the national board should send the reports into the annual and the midterm one 15 days before the General Assembly, but we need they need to exist, both of them, these two reports. So, starting in the actual document of activities and financial report, we will, all the national board, talk a little bit. Once again, the main goal is not that we are going to pass by all the topics that were done or not. We will have only a little. We will tackle only some points. The fields of action actually are the same as in the action plan already presented, and they are also the same as the 3-year strategy and the last action plan. And they are visibility and cooperation, internationalization, volunteers, communication and digitalization, and governance, and at the end, the financial sustainability. Regarding visibility and cooperation, we tackled the external entities, I'm sorry, in this part of the report, and of course we have a better approach with or not a better approach, but we have more success when approaching youth associations, because it's easier, they have more availability to meet, and it tends to be more easier, and the process it's faster. Regarding the institutional relations, we feel that in this semester, actually, the cooperation with the national agency, education and training, has been really, really good, with a close contact with them. And we also, in the report and in the previous action plan, we were mentioned group and CISP. There are entities that we still don't have the reach that we wanted to have, but we will continue to try to have and to have a cooperation with these both of these entities. And of course, any entity that it's a governmental entity, it's a little bit more difficult to have a relationship established because of all the administrative and all process and all the bureaucracies of the contacts. And I actually would like to enhance this also. The tourism relation has not been settled yet. However, last year were done some contacts with the national tourism, but we couldn't yet reach them in the way that we wanted to, but we will keep trying this, and the action plan also refers a little bit this. Regarding internationalization, one of the main point the points that we had was the distribution of survival guides, and it was completed one really good thing, that it was this distribution not only of survival guides incoming, but also outgoing survival guides. And also mentioned the structure for employability that has been that was started and was created, and that we will work on its implementation on the next year. I will pass the word to Mariana Lopes.
Hi there. To speak from national projects, the fact that we have an active community is a big plus. Also, the development of a support plan for outgoing students. The campaign is aiming on raising awareness for important subjects such as mobility, health and well-being, social inclusion, etc. The re-implementation of MESH is also something that we are very proud of and that we are eager to work on. On the other hand, we also have not been able to implement two of our main projects, the Easter and Christmas with Portuguese families, which has a big impact in the image of ESN and in our promotion or lack of it. Also, the trouble engaging with international students online when implementing causes is something that we need to tackle and try to foster in the next few months. I'm going to pass to Sarah.
Thank you, Mariana. So regarding the part of the national events, of course, that we were not able to do DNM, not either the spring edition or the event that we have postponed for October. And this is something that, unfortunately, we cannot control this. On the other hand, the NG were organized for the first time as a national OC, and in Coimbra as a centralized event, which is really good because it settles the event as the second or our second main event for the international students. And I think it went really well. I was there and the organization was amazing. We can still improve some parts regarding also the NG and the implementation of mesh and the wealth and well-being on an event. So this is something that we need to keep working to the next semester and to the next year. And of course, well, let's expecting and to have hope that we can have events.
Okay, so regarding the field of volunteers, if we look back at the 2019-2020 action plan, one of the biggest developments was in terms of training. There was a big investment in assessing the needs of our volunteers and having a productive training team working on it. That was one of the main goals, and there was an increasing engagement from volunteers with the training events, even with the introduction of some new ones, as it was the upgrade, and even with the online adaptation. That was overall a very good experience with the ESN Upgrade and Communication Summit both happening for the first time, and they had to be in an online format, and the outcomes were really good. So in terms of the connection that our volunteers have with training and the ability that the Federation has to meet their needs, that has been increasing in the past few years. So that's a very positive point. Obviously, another main factor with the volunteers, obviously this year we don't have it's been harder to live our normal organizational culture, and obviously that is an impact in motivation and engagement and the general way we live ESN. And it has also affected the way that the national board can support sections. For example, we weren't able to do, we or the previous board obviously, to do any study trips, and that obviously also has an impact. And that's something that we have to adapt to and find a way to communicate with sections and support them individually, one-to-one. If we can do study trips, we're going to have to start doing study calls. So that was one of the harshest bits in this field that kind of complicated things. That is, those two were the main points that we can highlight, and I will pass to Leonor so she can tell you a bit more.
Okay, so unfortunately, due to the pandemic, all international events were canceled since March, and keeping in mind that it has more people, or it's supposed to have more people and have more resources, it was completely impossible to have the international events. So everything was conducted online, and it's still currently being conducted online. Unfortunately, the cooperation plan with ESN Spain also was put on standby since we're not making physical events that we can help each other. But considering that we needed to focus on our national organization, they had to do the same. But we are going to keep doing that part, that work. It's in standby, but it's not going to stay in standby for a long time. But fortunately, every report was made and shared with the national platform. And even though SWEP, for example, was conducted online, it made possible for more members and more volunteers to be present and actually learn from the working sessions. This wouldn't be possible in SWEP, in physical SWEP, because normally only 1 or 2 people go to SWEP. So this part was actually positive. And the participants could register in 2 or 3 working sessions or best practice sharing. So this was the good part of all this bad part.
Sorry. Regarding communication and digitalization, I would say that the point where we are still a bit low, so I mean on the lower part, would be our digital presence regarding the website that has been out of date in many of its sections, of its parts, not the sections, but the parts of the website. And we don't have much quality content on it. So that's something that wasn't that good, and that's one of our focus for the next year. But I must say that even with the pandemic, for our communication, we've done quite well. We've gathered a much wider reach on our social media reach and engagement, which is very, very positive, and that we can keep on making it grow and reaching more students and state and institutions and partners. The support to the sections, individual support, was also something that I try to do, and that rather successfully was able to do with most of the sections that made themselves available to do so. Try to understand their situation and how we as a national board could help them, and which materials we could provide to them in order for them not to feel maybe so lost regarding communication. And of course, the development of the committee, which is something that I'm very happy with, because we went from a committee with very demotivated people to a committee. We don't have that many people in the committee, but the ones we do work really hard and are really good at what they do. And I'm really happy with that, because they made possible for us to achieve many goals that we had. For example, something that still hasn't been announced, but it's done, which is an appendix to the VIM with rules for the communication of our events and the communication of ESN Portugal, so a VIM for ESN Portugal. And all in all, I would say that our brand is much more recognizable. So when someone sees something on social media, they will know that it's from ESN Portugal, and that's something that we were really trying to achieve, and that we did. Thank you.
Regarding governance, I think I would highlight here in this part the construction of some documentation, also reports, and everything that increase the transparency between the national level and to the local sections. It was really good. I would like to highlight the point that we that last year in it was approved, the code of conduct. This is a really nice thing. Our code of conduct is really developed and got some really it got some really specific points developed also. and I think I'm really proud that we now have this document in our federation. Regarding external and internal reports, although the deadline already was on July, we still have the intention to present to the federation and the local sections these both documents regarding internal and external reports of the state of the federation. Regarding financial sustainability, Rodrigo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Going on about, of course, what was a really, really impactful year in terms of financial sustainability, maybe the most ever. I'll start with I will say the weak spots. So of course the tremendous impact it had, and I talked about before, on the sustainability of the federation, especially because of the dependence that we had and still have in some way of the national event. Of course, we planned the year at the beginning of our last month. So at the beginning we planned for the year with the national event, of course, and then of course with the normal orders of VSN cards, those which are also indexed to the revenue coming from partners. Of course, as we know now, this was not possible, and there was a drastic reduction in the orders and the income provided from international students. As of now as well, the main difficulty around the year was 3 months, 4 months, 5 months in, we had to switch our view from a really expensive budget and mentality. So we, as talking about a little bit of the work of the last board, because it's inside this action plan, our main thoughts were very expensive, of expanding the secretariat, the office, the all expansion of the work of the federation using the resources that the federation was actively creating every year, and that was not possible. So we had to change our mindset to a very conservative one. Those were, I think, the main difficulties, and of course the new reality. Of course, not expanding so much on travels and stuff really helped, but still it's nothing compared to the hit we took because of the reduction in international students. On the strong side, we were really starting to develop our capacity creating projects and grants, with an added bonus because we have a director working in that field and is really capacitated right now and is really helping us with the development of these projects and the writing of these grants. So we are hoping to, like I said before, and I'm not tiring of saying this, we will be really capacitated, and I think there will be a very good year for 2021 to have more funding from grants. The transition for civil year, even though it was a abnormal year, and it would be better if this was done on a normal year. The transition for civil year will help us a lot in the managing resources, especially when we have the most the second semester, when talking about civil year, when talking about school year, is the semester where most of our income comes from, and the first semester is the part of the year where we spend most. So the inversion of having the semester which is best for our income first will help us a lot to plan for next year, for next years, and being in line with the budgets of all other organizations that we work with is a big plus. Also, the sustainability of the survival guide project. For the first year, the survival guide project had no expenses to register, so not no expenses but no net loss. So we did not the survival guide didn't take a negative hit on the budget, so that's really good and a thing to maintain for next years. There was also huge reduction of costs with internal management platform, which then allow the SN cards to drop their price and sections to be less heavily impacted by these kind of expenses. Also cooperating with Mindset and developing social impact in ESN Portugal will be our main tools to target grants and public funding once again. So I think we're really launched on the we have changed our mindset right now, and we'll have another kind of approach for next year when it comes to financial sustainability, not to depend so much on not so secure funding. We're talking about international students, partners, and events, and going towards a more sustainable federation, looking for public funding and grants. And I pass the word to Anna to close.
Okay, it's. Are you listening? Listening. Okay. So any question that you may have regarding the reports, feel free to ask us. We will be here to provide any clarification if needed in any point.
So I will open the speakers list. Rita. Rita,
Rita, thank you again for all your work, especially in these difficult times. I have two questions. One is for Sara and the other one is for Leonor. The first one is that last year there was a project called Visit My Section that was starting to develop 2 years ago, I think, and I didn't saw this project moving on for this action plan. So do you intend to keep this project or finishing what already started?
So it's not, sorry, just a minute. Logistical parts.
Adjusting.
It's not that I do not intend to continue with the Visit My Section guide. Is that it's not something that will depend on the events manager, or how can I explain this? It's something that it will depend on the work of the events manager, or the people that are responsible for the events from each section. So first to introduce this in an action plan to continue, since we do not have at the moment an events community manager, and we are doing a restructuration of the community, it's difficult to make to have a point that we don't know if this community want to work in, because they will be the people that need to update the information. So if the members do not have the will to keep updating this information, in 1 year we will have a guide that it's not updated, so it will not serve the purpose. This is a problem, and this is why I didn't continue. It's not that we cannot make it, but we have to be sure that we have an agreement between the people that need to work on that, which are going to be the sections, if they want, and the events manager or events coordinators. So this will depend more on the people that will use and update it than on the work as a national events manager or with the community.
Thank you. For Leonor, also, you had a project, not you, but the national board, the project for the LR guide that started 2 years ago also. I know that you did a 2.0 version where also Philippe, I think it's here, he participated in the LR guide. When do you plan to launch this guide?
Very, very soon, because it's basically finished, but I needed to check on that, and with all the pandemic situation that ended up being a little bit late, but the job was made. I think Mariana and Philippe were the ones that were working with Anna. Anna passed me everything. I have all the information that I need. Basically, I'm going to see everything again, to see if it makes sense to change anything, and then launch it, let's say. But first we'll have that call that I told you about, all the LRs, to give some updates and to talk a little bit more about the work of an LR, and then it will be lunch, considering everything that you say also in that call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ana Sofia?
Okay, Ana Sofia is in Porto. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm having some technical difficulties here. I have just two comments regarding the report, just because I happened to read the English version, and later on I went to the Portuguese version to just better understand some of the things that were written, and there are some differences that I couldn't understand. For instance, on the point 5.14 on the English version, it says that the merchandise project was implemented and it's done. And on the Portuguese version, it says that it's still being developed. So, I understand that it's still being developed because you asked for the sections opinions still last semester, but this difference doesn't really make sense. One it's done, the other one it's not quite done. And also on 6.10, the reason why I asked for about the insurance was because on the English version, it has the explanation that Rodrigo gave me, but on the Portuguese version, it doesn't say anything. And that's why I asked about the insurance, because on one version it's explained, and on the other one it's not. So it's just these two comments that I have.
Sophia, can I ask you to repeat the first point that you mentioned of the report? I'm sorry, because I couldn't totally hear.
Okay, the 5.14.
Okay. Thank you. We will check on that on both of these points.
Okay, thank you.
Is there more questions? So I'll propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? The speakers list is closed. And now
Can I just add something?
See.
No, because you were talking about the 5.14. Yeah, we are going to recheck that. But just to make a comment, it was implemented, so we continued the implementation by doing the consultations to the sections. But yeah, there is a discrepancy, and we will recheck.
Okay, now we'll go to our lunch break. We'll be back, check, at 13:50. Okay, I will see you soon. Thank you. I'm sorry, everyone, we need to wait because I don't believe we have quorum yet. Okay, everyone, we will start. Quorum check first. Algarve.
Here.
Almada.
Here.
Aveiro.
Here.
Castelo Branco.
Here.
Coimbra.
Here.
Covilhã. Évora.
Ela disse que não está a funcionar.
Ok. Obrigada. Lisboa.
Here.
Madeira. Minho.
Here.
Porto.
Here.
Mar. Ok. Dotado. Okay, we can start. Board. You may share your screen.
On the way. Espera. Desculpa. Ok. Compartilhar-te. Saiam daqui. Desculpa. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So, so this is a presentation for the activities calendar for the 2020-2021. Let's hope that is the final proposal. So, just an overview of the past month. We have done the LBM in Coimbra. The LBM, it's a training event for the local boards, and we have two scheduled to happen. We had the first one, and it was our first and last physical event. Overall, it went good. We had our first contingency plan, and it was really well done by Beatriz. So, well, great job. September, well, supposed to be the welcome month. We all know we had some struggles. The section had some struggles on that, but congrats on everyone that made events and still follow the DGS rules. October. So this was the month where we start to postpone our events for the second semester, and where we have decided to cancel our events for the ESN Portugal, and where you have had the certified training online, the level up. Overall, the event, I think it went really good, right, Maria? And it's something that we want to keep improving and giving the opportunity to have more certified trainings, either online or in a physical mode. For November, we had the NP Bragança. It had to be replaced by this one, as you know, and the reason is obviously COVID. Okay. December, no physical events. ESN upgrade online is scheduled to happen, but is now in consultation, and registrations will open soon. It will depend also on the opinion and the will of the sections. January, no events, and possible there will be some online events or workshops that can be scheduled depending on the communities and also the areas that we want to improve for January. So February is the month that we think that we'll have our first physical event. As you can see, the difference here is also that we took the first event, we changed the first event, events cube in communication event for May, I think, yeah, May. And we delayed we excluded, sorry, the PSM and change it by DSN upgrade. Okay, DSN upgrade is a training event for newbies, and it's supposed to happen in Porto. The grant was already allocated to ESN Portugal, so yay, but still some changes and updates need to be made within the grant, and also with the city hall. So our proposal is to make this event in Porto if everything goes well, using the grant, and if it's not possible, but we don't think so, it will pass to the normal rotation of the sections to UTAD. But counted to be on Porto, at least is what we are expecting to happen. March, we took the event, so you haven't 3 events now in March, since it was your opinions, and we have only the ENG in Coimbra and the national platform in Évora. April, DNM, the dates that you already were aware, the 15 to the 18, and this is the date that was better for the hotel and as well for us. So it was a good change since everything is settled now, and then we needed to move because of the EGM. May, so COVID. The communication and event summit in the middle of May, in order to have more participants and to not interfere with DNM and AGM. Since me and Bia, we are going to work a lot in this part of DNM and the communication, and also to make a good event as a training event. So we wanted to have also some space between the NM and AGM. And as well, because we are aware that probably in May, if everything is good, there is some university activities that normally happen. So in the middle of May, it was the best time that we thought for doing the training event for these 2 specific activities. And in the end of the month, the PTNT Castelo Branco to continue with the certifying training for specific areas, not only for events or so on, but to projects or something like this, but to have in this part of physical event of certified training. June is the second LBM, so it's the overview of the mandate, and that will allow to prepare the transition inside the local boards, to how to do a good transition, how was the year, what could be better, what could be changed, and also the opinion or the overview of the communication between the national board and the local boards. And in July, we have our last national platform, the national platform in Aveiro, we hope, where we are going to have the next board elected and to say goodbye to this year. So I hope that is going to be a really good national platform. But as you know, it's between these weeks in July, and we choose the first one. So questions?
So I will open the speakers list. Any questions? Okay, Bruno?
Hello, everyone. I want to thank the National Board for basically relentlessly trying to rework the calendar of events and fit every single event in the calendar in the best way possible. I just have a question about the PSM. So did you consider fitting the PSM anywhere in this year's calendar? And if you did consider, can you explain why you decided not to organize the event later in the year when the calendar was not as full? Because it would actually make sense to do it in June, since a lot of people that are expecting to be on supporting positions in the upcoming year could have more insight about the positions they will have.
You spoke about the supporting positions, right?
Yeah.
So the PSM is not for the supporting positions.
Okay.
It's a position-specific meeting, and one thing that made us change the PSM is not that the PSM cannot happen between the 2020 and the end, the beginning of 2021 and the end of the 2021. The thing is, we also need, and as you are aware, to reevaluate the PSM, to restructure the PSM. So since we have the opportunity to do the ESN upgrade, and has it's an event for the newbies and for those that started ESN in a difficult time, and the last edition was really good and a success in an online version. So we think that if we had to take one of the events to not have a heavy calendar, it will be PSM, since we need to change it and restructuring. So, but I think Mariana can give you an update on this through the year.
Okay.
And we will work on that.
All right. Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah.
Sorry. If I can just add that it's important that we realize that PSM started out as a position-specific meeting, but that's not what it has been in the last PSMs, because that wasn't being productive. So it was updated to have a more broad agenda. And for example, you mentioned having it later in the year, but for example, for an event like PSM, it wouldn't be very productive to have it in May or June, because as it is about broad subjects, most of the learning outcomes would be lost throughout the summer with the pause, because people need to learn skills and then have a way of implementing them. That's a bit different with, for example, the communication and event summit, because they're in specific areas, so the knowledge is more focused, so the impact is not as great that summer gets in between. But with PSM, it was the event with least learning outcomes at the moment and with least focused objectives, so it was the one that we decided to exclude. Nevertheless, as Sarah said, if in the meantime there's we restructure it and there's a way to implement it and at any point in 2021, I guess we both agree that's feasible.
Okay, thank you, Mariana.
Now, Rita.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you all, especially Sarah. I know that you are having a very ungrateful year for events manager, so we would like to recognize that. I have some questions about ENG and about ESN upgrade, the second one, the one that is going to be physical one, we hope so. When you are going to make the final decision about the ENG happening or not?
So we are going to try to have this decided by the end of this year, of course. But what we want to have first is that we have the communications done. We can speak with the stakeholders and partners in Coimbra to understand if we can. So the policy cancellations and so on regarding the hotels and the structure that we need to use may have changed this year because of the COVID situation. So having an event is not also good for us, but also for the community, because they need to have well, the economy and all the locals engaging on this type of events. So I do believe that for this event at the time, the responsibles for that have different policy cancellations or so on. So we are going to try to extend it, not till the last minute, but to have a structure option regarding this. Of course, that if we know that in the end of the year or in January, it's going to be completely impossible to deliver a good event, we will think about that. It doesn't mean necessary that we have to cancel it, but trying to postpone it through the year, but will be difficult to say this now. So I think that we have to do is to be sure that when we are speaking about this with the partners, we are saying that there is a probability for this to not happening. So we need to be sure that we have all the cancellation methods and policies well structured and a team that is aware that this can happen.
Thank you. We will also like to suggest to move NP Évora for the weekend before if NG doesn't happen, because the platform now is in the Easter weekend and probably some people have plans if everything goes well. So if the ENG doesn't happen, it will be nice to put the NP Évora for a weekend before. Also, I have one question about the SN upgrade. A question, it's more a comment, because our section still has the recruitment going on February, so we would think it will be nice if the event could go a little bit later for the new members that will enter in the second semester to join. And also, just to add the last comment, is that for us, organizing the LBM 2 weeks later is totally fine, just to make sure, just to have in mind that probably the fee will be a little bit higher because we are approaching the summer months, but we are very happy and we will hope to organize this event.
Okay, now Ana Sofia.
Mafalda, sorry. Rita, can you just say what you repeat what you said about the national platform?
I think that the national platform is in the weekend of the Easter break. So if the NG is not, we cannot do the NG in the weekend before. It would be nice if the national platform could go to that weekend, because to don't interrupt the Easter break off.
Okay, so the NP Évora, it's in the weekend before the Easter.
I think normally people have 2 weeks of break. That's why normally people, I don't know, if you have in a normal year, people will travel or something. That's the thing.
Okay, I guess, but normally, actually, I think that it's in the week of the Easter, and normally in universities this happens in that week. But well, the thing is, we don't have more space than this, Okay, so we had previous 3 events in March, and now we are trying to manage it with the opinions and with the suggestions that we have made. We also understand the part of the SN upgrade, but be aware that it's really important to have this event for the newbies, and you had newbies in the first semester. So we can try to do this event at this time. We know that some people will still have the recruitment process going on, but we need to make it, and we need to realize that we are going to have newbies from the second semester and newbies from the first semester, and newbies that from the past year that didn't have the opportunity to join an event or to know more about the SN in a physical event. So that's why we have to target. We have to see what is the participants that we want on these events. Of course, that we want to have the more participants we can, but still be able to have the events going on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now Anna-Sophia.
Okay, thank you. Anna-Sophia SN Porto. I hope you can hear me better now. I'm trying to solve my problems. First of all, thank you so much for taking in consideration the opinion of the sections. We can tell by this new proposal that you heard what the section had to say. And again, like Bruno and Rita already said, thank you for keep coming up with new proposals and new changes to the calendar. First, I have some questions. We understand that ESN Upgrade Online is not on this calendar, on this proposal, since it probably wasn't initially on your plans on the calendar. We think having an ESN Upgrade Online in December will be an amazing opportunity for our new members. However, and since we are going to vote amendments to do online events, we would like to know why aren't there any more online events on the calendar? And if by any chance you're thinking about adding more online events, like you said, will these events be voted to be added to the calendar? If I make myself clear, if you need me to repeat, I can, it's okay.
So as we explained before in our the call that we had before, and also when we were speaking about the calendar, it's not mandatory to vote online events. Okay, but I understand your question. But first we have the amendments to vote and to change, and if this goes on, this also need to be changed in the future to this to be mandatory to happen. But we have now the process to consult the sections regarding the SN upgrades, and this means that we can keep doing this if the new events online for the upcoming events online, if we need to make online. Our priority is obviously to have the calendar of the physical events, and this is our we really want to have physical events, but we know that this is not on us. So if we need to change for an online event, and if we need to rearrange the dates or reschedule the events, we can we will definitely include the sessions on a consultation process.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Can I ask another question, or did this cover this?
I think Mariana wants to add something on the first question.
Sorry, just about the online events. I think it's important that we make a clear distinction between having online events because we're substituting a physical event. And in there, like, I do understand your question of why isn't it in the calendar, but Sara has already answered that. But just to clarify that there can also be, like, one of the good things about, not one of the good things, but one of the good things about our adaptation to the pandemic is that we discovered that there's a lot we can do with online events. And besides using them to substitute a physical event, we would like to bring up a lot of more spontaneous training opportunities. So that can happen as opportunities arrive, basically.
Okay. Just a comment to that. I don't have any more questions regarding the why the online events are not in the calendar. It's just that when these online events, if they're too spontaneous and if they fall on last minute, it's very hard for us as a section, and I imagine for other sections too, to keep our own calendar of trainings and events. So that's the reason why I was asking if we were going to, if it was going to be voted or spoken before with the sections. But thank you, your answer was good. Can I ask another question, or did this count it as two? Or I can go to the bottom of
No,
the
you
speakers
you
list.
can ask. It's
Okay.
you are the only one.
Okay. I wanted to make another comment, which is like Rita Diaz also said for ESN Lisbon, the same thing happens for ESN Porto. The ESN upgrade in February in this date is not very good for us because we have the same. We have the new the recent members. They're not yet going to this type of event. So if it was later, it would be better. And also the question that I wanted to ask was regarding ENM. Do you think that, or do you know if the hotel will allow us to change the date of ENM for 2022 again, in case it won't take place next year?
Okay, so regarding the ESN upgrade, as I said to Rita, to be really clear here, if you want to change the ESN upgrade, and I do understand why, where to which date would you change it? Because in this moment we do not have space on the calendar to include ESN upgrade to fulfill the outcomes that we want to have from the ESN upgrade. I completely understand your reality and situation, but we need to have the event to fulfill the purpose of the event, which is bring the newbies closer to the federation and closer to the ESN reality. So in the end of the year, this will not happen. And in the next 2 months, we will not have space enough to include this in the calendar. So this is maybe it's not the perfect date, but it's the best date that we found to deliver a good training and to give the opportunity of the newbies to enroll and to become part of the Federation of ESN Portugal. Okay. Regarding the NM, for the NM, first we want to make sure that we can do this date. Then if we cannot do this date, we will keep our conversations with the hotel and we will try to postpone the event for the next board, for the next semester. And then we can think about the 2022. So this I think this is going to be the natural process for all the events that are scheduled in some way, even for ESN Lisbon or others. Probably there will be some events that will still can happen with less participants, but we don't know. But this is going to be the conversation that we'll keep. If it doesn't happen, what happens? And this is something that if we have sure on the answers, we will speak with the national platform.
Okay, thank you. And can you add me again to the speakers list?
You can ask your question now. You're the only one.
Okay. Regarding what you said about the ESN upgrade, and we haven't thought about any dates. So this is just a suggestion that I thought about after Rita mentioned the ENG. So if the ENG don't take place, is it possible to take ESN upgrade and put it on that week? For instance, this is just a suggestion, and out of like it was the first thing that I thought now, so it's not deeply thought, so it's just a suggestion.
Okay, so regarding the ENG, we have been talking about this, and we see it as an event. If we cannot do the normal national events as we have, okay, let's say this in this way, this is the event that we believe that will have more probability to happen, or and as a full event as we know it. So we also thought that we can try, if we cannot make it in March, maybe we can postpone it. But if we cannot make it, okay, it's not our will to move it, because we believe that this is a really good date. But if we cannot do it, we can try to move it to May. And in this case, we will need to change to another event. If we change to May, we will need to take the community summit and the event summit. And this is an event that we feel that is really important to happen, either for the community event or for the events community. So to change to May, to postpone the NG, we will need to change and replace the event that was previous there. And those two events are the ESN events community and communication community events, and the PTNT. So as I told you, we are passing and trying to deliver the best training events in a short time, in short calendar availability. So it's difficult for us. This was the best solution that we found, and this is what we are going to work on.
Okay, can I make one final comment?
Yes, for me, yes.
Okay. I think we disagree a little bit on the view about the ENG. We believe that ENG, since it is an extremely physical event, it will be one of the first to be delayed because it is a sports event. But either way, thank you so much for your work. And we're really happy that you heard the sections and made a new proposal. Thank you.
So if there's not any more questions, I will propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? So the speakers list is closed. Now we will have National Board again, presenting the changes on the SOS, and it will be in Portuguese.
I have a question, Mafalda. We have made like a block of presentation, and then we have if it is possible to pass EPP changes, events policy paper changes to the same block as SOS.
Okay, so changing agenda, yes, for me it's fine. So you would need also more time in the discussion, in the presentation and discussion?
In the presentation, if it's like only to put it on a block, the topic that was after coffee break, sorry.
Okay, so I will propose to make a change in the agenda to move to delete the changes of EPP and make changes of SOS and EPP in only one topic. So now the voting. Algarve?
Yes.
Almada?
Yes.
Aveiro?
Yes.
Castelo Branco?
Yes.
Coimbra?
Yes.
Covilhã? Évora? Wait, I need to see. Okay. Lisboa?
Yes.
Minho?
Yes.
Porto?
Yes.
Tomar. Okay, so now, Bart, you're welcome to start your presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry, this is a little bit slow. We would like to propose some changes on the SOS and on the events policy paper. These changes come with the need that the pandemic caused to us. Este tópico é em português, vou falar em português, não se importam, por serem os eventos de regulamentação da Federação. Obrigada. Então, pronto, nós vamos fazer alterações aos estatutos, fazemos esta proposta de alterações aos estatutos, regulamento interno e ao regulamento de eventos nacionais. A verdade é que estas propostas advêm com a pandemia, porque algumas coisas vieram fazer nascer ou fazer-nos aperceber de lacunas que existiam nos nossos documentos, algo que é extremamente normal, porque é impossível nós conseguirmos fazer uma regulamentação completa e total, portanto haverão sempre lacunas a ser preenchidas e por isso é que temos alguns órgãos para fazer a leitura dessas lacunas. No entanto, a verdade é que se tornou bastante claro a necessidade de realizarmos assembleias gerais em formato online, uma vez que ficámos impossibilitados durante 3 assembleias gerais seguidas de nos reunir presencialmente, o que na verdade, se não houvesse a possibilidade de nos encontrarmos neste formato online, não seria possível fazermos muitos dos avanços dentro da Federação, o que também poderia significar uma estagnação para a Federação, secções locais e para o nosso trabalho, o que de todo não pode acontecer por não termos uma possibilidade de nos reunirmos presencialmente. A verdade é que anteriormente não foi possível reunirmos presencialmente, a presença, o grande problema era essencialmente relativo aos votos, ao procedimento de votação, e tivemos que fazer consultas legais para podermos ou não fazer as Assembleias Gerais online. E para os procedimentos de voto, o que é algo que a longo prazo não é sustentável, não é? Não podemos estar sempre a fazer consultas legais, nem financeiramente, nem a nível de trabalho, e na verdade se isto estiver regulamentado nas nossas SOS, a verdade, e for aceito pela Assembleia Geral num todo, porque a Assembleia Geral tem um poder decisivo, a verdade é que podemos, quando em necessidade, realizar Assembleias Gerais online. Ainda de salientar algo que eu acho que é bastante importante, é que quando nós fazemos algumas das propostas, depois a Mariana também vos vai apresentar, não significa que, por exemplo, se estão presentes num streaming, a vossa presença, e isto falando exclusivamente dos requisitos mínimos, se estão presentes num streaming durante X tempo, não significa, não conta como presença, temos que ver a palavra presença num âmbito um bocadinho mais geral e conciso, mas que possa contemplar as duas formas, do presencialmente e também online. Mariana?
Falando das alterações específicas que nós propomos, a primeira é nos estatutos, no formato em que a Assembleia Geral reúne. Anteriormente estava apenas que a regularidade com que deveria reunir, e nós propomos acrescentar um ponto a dizer que poderá reunir presencialmente ou em formato online. É muito simples, basicamente. De seguida, podes passar, Ana. Na organização, no capítulo da organização interna, dizia especificamente que a participação era física, e nós fomos alterar para ser de acordo com o formato do evento, precisamente por aquilo que a Ana estava a dizer, que, ou seja, não seria bom dizer fisicamente ou online, porque não será uma escolha. A participação será válida, estando de acordo com o formato do evento. Esse sim tem a possibilidade de ser online. Em relação aos estatutos, seriam estas as nossas propostas, e claro, depois tem que se fazer alterações de acordo no regulamento interno. Aqui as alterações, mais uma vez, são simples, é simplesmente retirar a palavra fisicamente e dizer mais uma vez que é de acordo com o evento. Existem 2 capítulos onde isto é mencionado, e são nesses que nós propomos alterar, que é o capítulo 2 e o que vem a seguir. Ana? É também no capítulo 2, mas um ponto diferente. E são essas as propostas. E agora passo à Sara.
Então, as propostas que nós vamos fazer para o Regulamento de Eventos Nacionais baseiam-se também na nossa adaptação aos formatos online e, portanto, e a sua organização, as disposições gerais, que aquilo temos como organização geral de um evento não se irão aplicar aos eventos que dentro dos estatutários online, por exemplo, não faz sentido que hajam. Também, em relação às disposições gerais, dentro daquilo que é a rotatividade, foi retirada a Leiria, por já não estar a fazer parte da federação. E foi acrescentada também a parte dos eventos online nas plataformas nacionais, eventos estatutários, pela necessidade que nós temos de fazer de fazer neste formato, e organizando e dando, estabelecendo, isto falar em português, mas estabelecendo a organização e a responsabilidade aos órgãos corretos. Neste caso, a MAG é responsável, a Mesa Assembleia Geral é responsável pela organização do evento, sendo exclusivamente online. Caso o evento seja em formato misto, a logística e a organização é a responsabilidade da Direção Nacional ou do Comitê Organizador, como temos os nossos eventos, sendo que a parte online e a forma como é feito e a forma como é trabalhado e continua a ser também responsabilidade da Mesa da Assembleia Geral.
Bem, para terminar, basicamente, concisamente, as alterações que isto transporta para a nossa federação é a possibilidade de reunirmos online. Acho que não é algo transcendente, porque é algo que nós nos encontramos a fazer neste momento, inclusivamente, é simplesmente regular e criar esta possibilidade disto continuar a acontecer sem problemas e trabalho burocrático precedente a isto, é basicamente. E estamos disponíveis para qualquer dúvida ou questão relativamente a estas alterações que estamos a fazer proposta nos 3 documentos.
Ok, antes de abrir a speakers list, quero dar a palavra à Rita para mostrar a proposta da ISM Lisboa.
Hello. A nossa proposta vem muito do que falámos ontem na reunião da LRs, porque pelo menos Lisboa considerou que não temos nada contra a proposta, aliás, consideramos que esteja tudo ok na conformidade, só consideramos que se realmente vão adicionar uma função a mais à Assembleia Geral, essa função deveria estar explícita nos estatutos, na parte em que falam sobre a natureza e competência da mesa da Assembleia Geral. Posso compartilhar o ecrã, Mafalda, só para mostrar a proposta?
Sim, claro.
Pronto. Nossa proposta era só acrescentar aqui, onde diz a natureza e competência da Assembleia Geral, acrescentar um ponto que é basicamente o que a Sara tem no REN, aí, que é compete à Assembleia Geral, a exclusiva relação dos eventos estatários em formato online, no caso a realização de eventos estatários em formato misto, a organização do formato online, a sua logística e disposições para o seu funcionamento, mantém-se sob a responsabilidade da Assembleia Geral, sem a Direção Nacional ou Comitê Organizador responsáveis apenas pela organização logística física do evento. Pronto, é basicamente o que a Sara, o resto da Direção Nacional escreveu no REN, nós só colocámos aqui porque achamos que seria uma função que a MAG ia ter a mais. É isso.
Ok, obrigada. Agora vou abrir a speakers list. Alguém tem alguma pergunta? Eu proponho fechar a speakers list. Alguém contra? Ok, speakers list está fechada. A seguir nós tínhamos o coffee break. Eu proponho fazê-lo na mesma, porque os tópicos a seguir também têm curta duração, ok? Vemos daqui a 20 minutos, ok?
Então posso explicar.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Let's start with the quorum check. Aveiro.
Here.
Castelo Branco. Wait. Algarve, I'm really sorry.
Here.
Almada.
Here.
Aveiro.
Here.
Castelo Branco.
Here.
Coimbra.
Here.
Covilhã. Évora. Sorry. Okay. Lisboa.
Here.
Minho.
Here.
Porto.
Here.
Tomar.
Here.
Okay, Utah. Okay, Boris.
Okay. Can we?
Yes, yes, of course.
So, I'm sorry. Okay, so me and Sarah will present what we are doing regarding the COVID-19 pandemic guidelines and next steps, and what has been developed until now. Also, I must highlight that Miguel Pires, the administrative director, is also working with us in this documentation, which has been a truly important help. Peço desculpa, a apresentação em português. Mesa, podiam clarificar isto, por favor? Ok. Vou calcular que sim. Portanto, o que tem acontecido é que o que aconteceu há cerca de umas semanas, acho que todos nós sabemos que houve um mega boom de infecções junto dos estudantes internacionais, e a verdade é que não que eles tenham só sido os únicos focos de infecção, mas a verdade é que a cobertura mídia acabou por não ajudar muito neste tópico. Acho que todos vimos nas notícias, nos jornais, tudo e mais alguma coisa relativamente a infecções no seio da comunidade de estudantes internacionais, e com muitas vezes com o nome da ESN à mistura, o que é algo que institucionalmente não é nada bom, não é nada produtivo para nós, porque nos acaba por tirar um bocadinho de credibilidade e responsabilidade, que é algo que eu acho e acredito que nós temos e que vamos continuar a ter mesmo neste momento de pandemia, e que é algo que é essencial para nós, que é todas as nossas ações importam não só para a nossa pequena esfera de associação local ou federação nacional, mas também numa escala internacional. O que acho que, mesmo de ponderar e de pensar que todas as nossas ações vão influenciar não só o nosso trabalho associativo e voluntário, mas também o trabalho de outras associações locais noutros sítios, ou poderá fazê-lo. Portanto, o que aconteceu foi que houve uma cooperação, começámos a cooperar com a DGS, tivemos reunião a pedido também da DGS com a presença de todas as secções, o que foi algo extremamente importante para nós. O intuito foi essencialmente que eles ficarem a saber um bocadinho qual é o nosso ponto de situação, também desmistificar a situação dos contágios também dentro da comunidade de estudantes internacionais e perceber o que é que podiam fazer para que nós, ESN e os estudantes internacionais, pudessem ajudar a combater o número de infecções dentro desta comunidade. Portanto, a reunião foi realizada dia 23 de outubro e, como já vos disse, contou com a presença de quase todas as secções locais, o que foi ótimo para nós, sou muito sincera, e foi mesmo bom poder contar com a presença de todos e com não só a presença, mas a opinião. Portanto, os maiores outcomes que acabámos por obter desta reunião foi que algo que nós já era uma intenção, sem dúvida alguma, era fazer, espalhar as frequent asked questions providenciadas pela DGS. Também um dos grandes intuitos da DGS era utilizar, era ver a ESN como um mini influenciador, um micro-influenciador no seio da comunidade de estudante internacional, que é o nosso público-alvo, e, portanto, fazer com que nós fôssemos um ponto de acesso de comunicação, de informação viável e credível. Pronto, todos nós sabemos que isso é algum problema, porque nem todas as medidas governamentais se encontram em inglês e rapidamente, portanto isso acaba por ser um entrave. Na verdade, nós acabamos por ter um acesso muito mais fácil e muito mais rápido a todas as vias de comunicação do nosso estado, da nossa comunicação social e, portanto, acaba por ser muito fácil para nós providenciar um meio de comunicação seguro e fiável e de confiar, principalmente com esta parceria e com esta cooperação, que acho que tem tudo para correr bem. Portanto, também na parte dos micro-influenciadores, o que foi falado na reunião foi que podia-se utilizar a ESN também fazendo vídeos promocionais que pudessem depois ser partilhados com a comunidade de estudantes internacionais, porque na verdade seriam caras conhecidas de certa forma a referir as medidas de segurança e os procedimentos, o que chamaria um bocadinho mais a atenção para esta comunidade. Pronto, ainda também de salientar, foi explorado basicamente o que é que a DGS podia efetivamente fazer para que o trabalho deles fosse mais eficaz no seio da comunidade de estudantes internacionais, e depois foram-nos também disponibilizadas algumas tools para que isso pudesse acontecer da melhor forma. Relativamente à parte de documentação que estamos a realizar, também já fizeram algumas questões relativamente a isso no Action Plan. Na verdade, não é só um plano de contingência, não é propriamente um plano de contingência que estamos a realizar, mas vamos focar áreas de procedimentos internos, como fazer em determinadas situações específicas, para que possa ser fácil em qualquer local poder utilizar esse tipo de normas. Claro que transmitir a informação é sempre essencial, portanto a parte de comunicação nunca vai estar desligada dos procedimentos internos. Ainda dentro dos procedimentos internos, tudo o que for casos muito específicos, sabermos como lidar, e depois o ideal para nós seria que todos estes procedimentos tivessem uma revisão da DGS, isso seria incrível, para que fossem o mais de confiar possível. E também era nosso intuito criarmos mais ou menos um template para depois as associações locais pudessem utilizar para desenvolver os seus planos de contingência, quando também o início das atividades assim o demandar. Relativamente à comunicação, pronto, como estava a dizer, a comunicação é uma parte indissociável deste projeto, de certa forma, e partilhar as medidas do governo é essencial, mas eu acho que isso não é uma novidade para ninguém, e todo o tipo de factos relativamente também ao que está a passar, à doença e tudo mais, e como comunicar em cada situação, e isto também advém muito do que se passou com os mídia e com o contacto dos mídia que tivemos. Portanto, relativamente aos internal procedures, é tentarmos colmatar todas as questões que possam existir e procedimentos que possam existir em termos de se realizarem eventos, se abrirem um office, se vierem ter convosco como fonte de informação, e depois a parte de comunicação, que é completamente dissociável. E depois, no final de tudo, perceber essencialmente qual é que pode ser o papel da ESN Portugal, mas também das secções, porque são as secções que têm um contacto direto com os estudantes internacionais e, portanto, são os organismos que podem essencialmente atuar neste campo também, pôr em aplicação tudo. Vou passar a palavra à Sara.
Obrigada. Então, para a Task Force, como vocês sabem, a Open Call está a decorrer. Se não erro, termina a dia 23 deste mês e os objetivos são... Preciso que mudem o PowerPoint, por favor. Então, as tarefas desta Task Force são obviamente o trabalho que envolve a situação do Covid e o impacto que isto pode ter no nosso dia-a-dia como federação e também junto das ISN locais, e como minimizar os impactos negativos que a pandemia poderá ter. Portanto, baseia-se muito na recolha de informação, há imensa informação fidedigna disponível através do microsite da DGS, e portanto é a pesquisa desta informação e o resumo desta informação para que seja fácil partilhar também com as secções, não só com os Erasmus ou com os estudantes internacionais, mas com as secções em si, dar suporte, informação e guidelines naquilo que elas devem fazer, e a forma como as secções depois podem comunicar com os estudantes internacionais, avaliar a situação corrente e estratégias e internas, tanto as estratégias e as medidas do Estado e a fase em que nós nos encontramos em determinada altura e aquilo que deve repercutir na ISN e a forma como nós devemos agir perante a fase em que nos incluímos. Depois, os templates que já falámos, estes templates podem ser templates de comunicação, podem ser templates de planos de contingência, templates internos, pronto, tudo mais. Analisar a informação das secções e reportar a informação dada pelas secções, portanto, nós neste momento não estamos a ter muitos eventos e há secções que já não estão a fazer qualquer evento físico, a maioria, aliás, e, portanto, quando os voltarem a ter, pode haver uma necessidade de fazer reportes sobre a situação do impacto do Covid nas secções. Isto pode ser tanto por infecções como pelo impacto que o Covid pode ter financeiramente ou até na estrutura da própria secção e nos seus membros. A comunicação, obviamente, com a Board Nacional, isto significa que é muito importante que esta equipa consiga comunicar com as secções de uma forma proativa e independente, mas que esteja também sempre em contacto connosco para que nós consigamos encontrar os melhores métodos e planeamento para ajudar as secções e a própria federação da melhor forma. Vai ser muito importante o papel desta Task Force nos eventos nacionais, porque independentemente de os podermos fazer ou não, obviamente vão ser necessárias medidas e planos de contingência e, portanto, é muito importante que esta equipa também se consiga focar no apoio à logística e à organização dos eventos e do seu plano de contingência, e também tornar um plano de contingência acessível e fácil de compreender, tanto para a organização como para os participantes. Portanto, um dos grandes problemas com os planos de contingência é que as pessoas leem um plano de contingência, mas não absorvem a informação, depois não sabem aplicar a informação, e é muito importante que esta equipa tenha a capacidade de simplificar um plano de contingência e crie um plano de contingência que na nossa realidade consegue ser aplicado. E obviamente, como a Ana já disse, a comunicação é muito importante e, portanto, toda a informação e comunicação e material de comunicação que pode ser tanto para procedimentos internos e forma como nós atuamos no nosso trabalho como voluntários no dia-a-dia, tanto como cidadãos e agentes de saúde pública, neste caso. Vou lembrar que É muito importante que vocês partilhem isto com os vossos membros, porque eu quero salientar que é muito importante que esta equipa aconteça, é muito importante que esta equipa esteja preparada e que esteja motivada para ajudar a Federação, porque não podemos pensar no Covid como uma coisa em curto tempo, mas sim médio e longo prazo. Não que nós saibamos que isto pode acontecer ou não, mas que temos que prever que isto pode acontecer e que temos que ser proativos e, portanto, seja para esta pandemia, seja para outra situação que pode ser necessário um plano de contingência por variedíssimas razões, é importante que esta equipa trabalhe, é importante que esta equipa esteja motivada e que sejam pessoas que não têm que ser médicos, não têm que ser enfermeiros, podem ser pessoas que tenham um background nos estudos na área da saúde, sim, mas também podem ser pessoas que já tenham alguma experiência nos eventos da secção, de algum know-how sobre os eventos da ISN Portugal, porque são pessoas que vão criar documentação para a realidade que elas já viveram. Portanto, isto é muito importante, é importante que vocês partilhem isto dentro das vossas secções, vocês mesmos leiam a task description e se tiverem qualquer dúvida ou qualquer sugestão, falem connosco e nós estamos disponíveis também para vos ajudar.
Okay, I will open the speakers list. Ana Sofia?
Ok, Ana Sofia, SN Porto. Eu só queria aproveitar este momento porque eu acho que durante a nossa reunião com a DGS não houve tempo para nós falarmos convosco a bordo, para vos agradecer por terem conseguido esta reunião. Foi uma reunião excelente, foi mesmo super importante. Acho que também para nós secções termos motivação e para sabermos que temos alguém do nosso lado e que nos estão a tentar ajudar. Além disso, é uma parceria incrível para o futuro da ESN, quer seja dentro ou fora da pandemia, é uma boa medida para o futuro, criar já boas relações com a Direção-Geral de Saúde, e era só para agradecer a oportunidade que vocês providenciaram para todas as secções.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions? I propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is closed. Now, the board will present the light event. Mariana? Okay.
Okay, so I will try to share my screen.
Não é partilhar. You're giving it away. Sara. Apresentar.
Vai, tu consegues.
Ok.
Guys, don't forget that it's a live streaming video, okay?
It's working now?
Yes. Okay. Apologies for that rough start. I would like to make, before presenting the highlight event, I would like to make a few brief remarks about this practice. I think it's important to go back to the fact that the highlight event is one of the section, is a section report, right? And is part of it. Nevertheless, that is not the point of the highlight event, and it's sort of the other way around. The highlight event exists in itself, and then it is used as a section report. That is in itself a minimum requirement. But we would, it was a pleasure for us to read all your submissions, but we would really like that the Federation would look at the highlight event really as a way of showcasing your best work, and not just a way of fulfilling a minimum requirement. Those are two distinct things, and I think it's important that we all remember that, because the purpose of the highlight event is for sections to showcase something that they're proud of, and for the Federation to celebrate one of their own together. And so I know this was the first highlight event. I commend all sections for submitting, and really it's been a rough time, and really making the most out of their both physical and online activities, and trying to innovate in that way. And you already have all the dates for the upcoming highlight events, and I hope that we hope that the highlight event is something that sections are excited about, and don't feel like it's a chore that they have to do. So with that, I will hand over to Sara so that she can do the honors of presenting this National Platform's highlight event.
So, first thing, we wanted to give forward this highlight event to an event that we thought that was an event that was just to the reality, and that's a reach and an online format, and a way to have the most possible participants in a different way, and to show the culture and to show their city. So the highlight event goes to ESN Porto for their virtual tour. Congrats, guys. It was really amazing to show your city and the way that you have organized it, and the people that you reach, and all the places and amusing places that you showed about Porto. So I want to ask Ana Sofia if she wants to speak a little bit about the event and explain how they did it. But congrats again. So now, Sofia, if you want to join us, feel free.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we did an online city tour. The team, the event was actually prepared to be a physical event, but since we had to change everything, we had to adapt this event to be online, and the team made a huge effort to make that happen. And it ended up being one of the events that we had with more reach, not only for international students, but for local students and any other of our partners. And the event consisted on the team going around the city, showing the main spots, talking a little bit more about the history of the city, and also showcasing some of our partners. For instance, one of the partners that was showcased on the event was Adega Leonor, and between others. And it ended up contributing not only for the cultural cause, but also health and well-being, because the team made sure that they comply with all the measures, the security measures, which was really good. So yeah, that was pretty much what was done. And I would take this opportunity to thank the team that organized this event. And I think one of the participants is actually here. So thank you very much to the team and everyone who worked for this. And thank you for the award.
Thank you, Liz.
I'm sorry, we didn't make this clear in the beginning, but the reward for the highlight event is the same as it was last year. A place for one of your members to attend a training event. Obviously, this will be one of the upcoming, once we get back to having physical events, one of your members will have the opportunity to attend, and that will be the award. Obviously, we'll look into that into the future when we can. Just in case it wasn't clear that there's actually something that you're being awarded. And just to finish, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to highlight that how creative and adaptable and just I think one of the things that was very clear with this event was it was a very good representation of, I think you represented your section really well. I think you represented the federation really well. And it was really a showcase of creativity and innovation and adaptability. So congratulations once again.
Okay, so moving forward, I don't know if there's any questions. I'll open the speakers list. I'll propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is closed. And now the national board proposed a change in the agenda to present today the international board updates. Let's proceed to the voting. Okay. Algarve?
Sim. Yes.
Almada?
Sim.
Aveiro?
Yes.
Castelo Branco?
Yes.
Coimbra?
Yes.
Covilhã?
Yes.
Évora? Lisboa?
Yes.
Minho?
Yes.
Porto?
Yes.
Tomar?
Yes.
Okay, so now the national board will present international board updates.
Mas se é só tu passas, tu apresentas.
Desculpa. Vou só. Podem me dizer quando conseguirem ver o ecrã, por favor? Por alguma razão.
Yes, podemos dizer. Já estamos a ver. Não.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk about the international updates. I'm trying. It's not working. Okay, makes sense. Sorry. Okay, starting with the network analysis, as you already know, each year it sent the network analysis for national organizations and also sections to to fill. This is quite important because it's a lot of times used for partners and to see how we are doing individually and as national organizations. I can say that the national questionnaire and all the section questionnaire were sent. We are, and this is data from yesterday that Diana sent an email, and we are one of the 6 national organizations that has filled everything, sections plus national questionnaire. So yay for us. So we also had the SWEP Online event. Unfortunately, like the other events, it needed to change to the online format. As you already know, SWEP event is made with SN Portugal, SN Spain, SN Italy, SN France, and SN Malta. It was supposed to happen in Malta, but changing, we needed to understand how we could do the online event and change it to be the best training event possible. So we started to discuss the structure, how many days, the schedule, everything. Then we decided the rules of the registration rounds. As you already know, we had 2 registration rounds. The first with priority list, and the second one allowed every member to participate and register on their own without going through the local board or the national board. Would make it easier for any member to attend. And then we built the agenda prioritizing the local level. Basically, almost no national board member were there because we tried to make it all about you. So we focus on giving the trainings and not quite attending. And also next year, probably it will be in Malta, since it was the only application that we had. Okay, so international updates. Also, ESN was a part of a consortium that was responsible for the online learning agreement 3.0. We had 2 other versions before that. This one was the one that was launched. So this is quite important because we are a part of the digitalization of Erasmus Plus. And this is quite an accomplishment because we all know how hard it is to have the learning agreement and all the complications that everyone faces. Also, we are collaborating with UNESCO on an initiative called Futures of Education. Our part in this initiative is basically to collect feedback and what international students think that the future of education will be. And about the International Erasmus Games update, for now we have more or less we are debating an important part because yes, in Romania it's presenting a setback, let's say, is facing some troubles and it's not very willing to host the ESG. So we're trying to see how we can solve this. Also, the quality assurance process. This year, ESN started a quality assurance process with every national organization. In the SWEP region, we were the first ones to have the quality assurance process call. We had it with Jordan, the regional coordinator. In this call that took a lot of time, we talked about basically everything at national level and also about the sections so that they can see what is the state of the network. They will do this with every NO. Also, social impact team was created. We have Beatriz and Sofia on the social impact team. This is quite important. This is the first time it's created and is a team that works with the causes. Okay, so the GA sharing team was also elected. The chair and administrator were elected some time ago, but the secretary is Tamatie from Greece was voted maybe not even a month ago. So this is also important. So we have the GA sharing team complete. And the AGM voucher in terms and conditions, this was quite a debate because it's quite a difficult situation because it involves a lot of money from the sections and the national organizations. So finally, we have some answers. We hope they are the final ones. As your LRs already know, the AGM voucher, we had a call last night and we talked about the voucher and how to ask for it. So this was also accomplished. About the General Assembly Autumn 2020, as you already know, because of the changes on the structure of ESN, we have the section consultation. We are going to talk with the local boards and especially with the local about the documents that will be discussed during the GA. These are some of them, the ESN and the Southern Mediterranean. It's about the borders. You will have a presentation about the borders, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Also, the ESN core terms and conditions it's a working document, but it will be talked during the GA. It's not going to be voted. We're going to debate it. Also, the application for membership, I will talk in next 2 slides maybe, so I will skip that one. Board allowance plus the board task description, a little bit of some changes. The board allowance, they are proposing to raise it. So we are going to talk about this also. The travel fund rules, also some changes. And voting about the external auditor. Basically, it's just approving if we want that or not. Okay, also the annual general meeting 2020 minutes. This is quite normal. Also the election of the Spring General Assembly 2021 to decide if it's going to happen in Vilnius or Timisoara. Vilnius was supposed to host the GA this year. Unfortunately, they couldn't. So let's see if they win it again or not. But this is going to be voted. Also, SOS proposals. We have 2, one from the IB, basically the elimination of the limitation connected to the borders of the European higher education area. This because of the borders and the expansion. And the second one from ESN Russia, establishing separated deadlines for voting rights determination for online voting scenarios. Basically what they are proposing, it's a different deadline when it comes to online voting scenarios. So I think it's 30 days when it's physical, and they are proposing 15 days online. Okay, so like I said, potential candidate sections. We are going to talk about this at the GA. We have 2 organizations, one from Ukraine and one for Armenia. It's quite important because if they are approved as candidate sections, they would be and then full members, they would be the second local sections, let's say, in the countries. That will mean that they can build a national organization and have a national board. Also in the same, more or less same scenario, but as candidate section already approved, is a section from Bosnia. So this means that these 3 could make a national board. So board sessions, they're happening still. We had already 3 of them and we have 3 to go. So I would say try to be there because they are quite important. I already talked with the LRs specifically about the referendum one on the 20th of November, since it's going to be very important because it's a simulation of one of our participatory procedures. So this one is quite important, but the other 2 also. For example, the Erasmus Plus app is quite important because of the part of the digitalization of Erasmus Plus. So be there, please. Okay, open calls. We have open call for the Educate team 2021. I'm sorry, but the deadline is wrong there because it was open again. They are looking for a program coordinator, community manager, events manager, communication officer, and fundraising officer. This is until the 20th of November. Keep in mind that the first 3, they ask for someone from the pool of Educate team, but the last 2, it's not something that is fundamental. Also, the Rainbow Task Force is recruiting. What is this? This is an ad hoc team from the Educate team. They are working on the rainbow flag to right and straight until the inclusion. It's a work plan for 2021 funded by the Council of Europe. Basically, this task force will be responsible for creating and sharing a toolkit about this topic, and the Educate team will be responsible for the trainings. The deadline is the 29th of November. So still go ahead and try. And also all 5 international committees are recruiting. So keep in mind that you have until the 22nd of November. They're all recruiting. So if you have any doubts, you can also go to the virtual expo that will be in the 17th of November. This is quite important because you can speak with the international committees and also with the teams. So if you have any questions, any doubts, you can just ask them right away, and it will be answered for the ones that actually work there. So it will be the most amazing opportunity to understand if you actually want to register and to try to apply or not. I think that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. I will open the speakers list. Is there any questions? So I will propose to close the I will propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Speakers list is closed. Now continuing with the proposal of the national board, we would propose a change in the agenda and add ESN portal now. The presentation of ESN portal. Okay, I'll proceed to the voting. Algarve?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but before the voting, make sure you are an LR or have delegated vote, okay, to vote. If you do not have this, if you are not an LR or you have delegated vote, do not vote for your section, okay?
And when you are voting, please say your name and your vote, okay? To confirm and to verify if your name is that we have.
Okay, so I'm Margarida Silva, LR for Algarve LR, and we vote yes.
Almada?
Mariana Freire, sim.
Aveiro?
Sofia Mimoso, yes.
Castelo Branco?
Tainara White, yes.
Coimbra?
Bruno Santos, yes.
Covilhã? Évora? Wait. Évora? Lisboa?
Rita Dias, and yes.
Minho?
Inês Machado, and yes.
Porto?
Yes.
Tomar?
Inês Dias, yes.
Thank you. So we'll have the presentation now. And thank you for not voting if you're not an LR.
Can I share the screen?
Of course.
So everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically this presentation is, as you know, about this portal. So I will do an overview about where the project is at right now and what can it be done for the future, and also about regarding the payment of the platform. So you pode passar aí. So now the DSN portal platform is completed as per the deal. So the proposal that we accepted, everything I think regarding the platform, I would say 95% of everything was implemented. So management of students is completely operational, as well of events and transactions. This time also including ESN card and non-ESN card holders. It's possible to do the export of data using Excel, user creation, so you can manage your own members and have an account for each one of your members. And also the dynamic emails feature is completely is working and allowing you to communicate better with all participants and all your students. Also fully integrated with our website. Allowing for the inscriptions, signing up for the SN card, and for events like it was done before. Until this point, the platform is this is the I'd say the main platform. Okay, these are the main features. Of course, there are more, but the platform is until completely complete. Let's say like that, and it's ready to use by every section as is. Then you have the feature of online sales. We're using the platform Stripe that is completely integrated inside the platform if sections decide to use it or not, as well as the integrated invoicing system Vendos. The online Stripe is used for, of course, accepting online payments, especially using credit cards. So you have every student right now, or almost every student, has the ability to create virtual credit cards or use their own credit cards, and it's accepting credit cards from all over the world, and it's completely integrated with the platform. It's not mandatory to have this add-on, because as well it implicates extra costs, of course, of commission of online payments. However, it's a great add-on for you to work with your students, as you cannot have sometimes your office open, so you can still sell the SN cards, sell your activities and your merchandise. The integrated invoicing system, Vendos, it's also an extra cost for sections who feel like it's a necessary feature. I would recommend it for almost all of your sections. This means that the invoicing is created automatically. So if there's if a student buys anything, the invoice is created automatically and sent to the student. Okay, there's also the option if the student wants to include its VAT. For us, it's more or less normal, but for international students, it's not very common. However, they can ask for it with their VAT number if they need to present it to anyone. These two features, Stripe and Vendos, are not mandatory when you use the platform. You can just use the platform as is and use online sales using other kinds of platforms like PayPal or just a normal bank transfer or TransferWise, for example. I would recommend this only to sections that do not have as many students involved, and they can easily access the office. As of now, I think most sections should use Stripe because it's allowed them an easier integration with the platform. However, other platforms, like I said, are very usable, and you can use which one you prefer. Also with Vendos, if your section has an easy time providing invoices for your purchases for your students, be it manually, normally through Well Invoice or through another POS, you can also use them. You are not mandatory to use it through Vendos. However, like I said, it's automatically generated the invoices, and it's integrated in a platform, and the Vendos is really cheap to use. It costs around 8 or 9 euros per month. You can pass.
I'm trying. It doesn't work. Oh. Okay.
So for implementation, many sections are already using the platform. Many already are integrating Stripe and integrating vendors in their activities. Of course, this takes some time, and of course we understand all of that. That's why we prepared guidelines and a manual for the platform. Okay, the guidelines are completed until the creation and management of events. In the manual, you can access everything as well as the online payments and the integration of vendors. Okay, there is also the videos of 2 calls, one with myself where I explain all the process of creating events, all the process of the platforms, and the online sales right at the beginning. Then there's another official video from Even Simpler, the company that created the platform with our developer, and where he explains step by step everything about the platform, and where some of your members already went and asked many questions surrounding the platform. There's also a WhatsApp chat for help, with this meaning that at any time you can ask questions asking for any bug that is bothering you or any other feature that you like to see involved. And the developer from Event Simpler is on the WhatsApp chat, and he normally responds at any time of the day, and he is really quick to make any adjustment. Many adjustments that are now on the platform were made during the last month and a half, and they didn't come from me or Beatriz, they came from yourself. So the platform is being adapted step by step to our reality. I think the last update was done even this month, 2 weeks ago. So anything that you might want to add to the platform, you just need to ask there. And if it can be done, it's done really quickly. Okay, for bigger implementation or bigger updatings, Beatriz will talk about that in a minute, but some bigger adaptations that can be done are listed and can be implemented if I just say they are budgeted and they are presented to us if there's need for an extra cost. Also, any hand-on help that you might need from us, just real case examples, like I have this specific case from my section that I don't see anyone doing it. How can I adapt my work to that? And you can just ask us and we'll see the best way to do that. The platform is really flexible and really adaptable to any reality. You just need to implement some kind of procedure that you can be organized with, and for that you can ask us at any time for help, and also ask your fellow sections that are already using the platform to its fullest extension. You can pass.
Okay, so what does the future hold for this platform? Ele estava a fazer reverberação. Desculpa. Okay, so for the future of this platform, we expect to have the ticket management. So just like Pretix has where we sell tickets for ENM, for example, that we can manage the events here. Also a mobile app. So we are going to have the new web developer intern, and this is also something that he may be able to help with, and this will always depend on the future and the needs that we have and what the company can do for us. Besides that, an ESN forum. So we have national platforms, our own internal events, and this would be the place where we would manage the sales of these events. For example, every member would have an account, and they will go there and they will make their registrations there, and all the information would go internally through the platform. And finally, preparing for the arrival of the Erasmus Generation Portal. That is the platform, just like similar to the same features, that is being developed by ESN International, and that should have about 2 years of being officially launched, but it's still in the early stages of development. But we hope that that platform will come and substitute the ones that we and other countries have, and make everything the same and more coherent. Sorry, just try. pass? Okay. Rodrigo.
So yes, surrounding payment, you can pass. So very easily, like it was in the proposal, the first year was about creation and implementation. Okay, so it was 3,000 euros plus tax, which equals 3,690 euros. This was already paid, of course, to the company. This was the first year of the deal, where the fullest creation and implementation of the platform is going to took place, and also minor changes that are needed to do are being continued to be applied. From now on, until we decided that it's necessary, the payment will be 20% of this value, so around 6,000 euros plus tax, which will equal to the 738 euros you can see. This will be divided in the same percentage as the initial proposal. We can pass. As you can see, the payment plan, like it was approved based on the ESN car sales for the last 3 years. We are making the deadline of payment to the end of this year, so it stays, of course, within this year. As you can see, these are the final payments for each section. If you can compare it to the payment plan of the MySNK platform, it has nothing to do, it's way lower, of course. Just a little change with the part that was from ESN Leiria is being paid by ESN Portugal, of course, because it was approved with that part, so we took the charge of that. So in the end, this is how much each section has to pay according to the plan that was approved, and we are ordering we are accepting the payments until the 31st of December of this year. Again, if any section has any difficulty or wants to approach us regarding this or other payments, feel completely free to talk with us, and we'll decide what's the best course of action. You can pass.
Sorry.
So yeah, this was it. Just a little clearance about when Beatrice talked about the future of the platform. This is not something that we're going to do next month or in 2 months, but it's just to clear out all the possibilities that this platform offers, meaning that the groundwork for this kind of implementation was already done in the platform. As you can see, if we want to implement the ESN forum, by every user having an account is way easier. If we want to implement on the ticket management platform, by having already QR codes adapted to each ticket, makes it a lot easier. So this is just something that this board or any board can pick up on, and we'll discuss this heavily in the future.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the speakers list. Ana Sofia?
Okay, I'm just going to take this opportunity to say that even though the platform came a little bit later than we would like it to come, it is an amazing platform, and we're really happy with the result. And we want to congratulate you for your work and for taking in consideration everything that the sections have asked and trying to solve all of our problems. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Rita?
Hello. We agree with Sophia. I think you are doing a very good job with this platform. Also, Diogo is not here, but we just want to say that Diogo is really helpful and it's solving problems for the sections at 1 or midnight. So he's doing a really good job and being very receptive to the opinions of the sections and all of our matters. I just have one curiosity that I would like to ask. How are the other sections receptive to the creation of countries receptive to the creation of this big platform? Because as I know, there is countries, I think yes, and Italy is one of them, that have really good platforms and they are really very well implemented. And I don't know if they are receptive or not to join this big platform, and if this is going to delay the process of adaptation to the new one of ESN International.
For the first question, well, Yes, in Italy, for what I knew, around a year ago or a year and a half, they have a really good implementation of a platform for management of their for their national events. Okay, so this meaning that they have automatically all the so the imagine for ENM that each section through a platform could automatically manage their spots, manage everything about. So it's really a platform for national events. Okay, so it's a little bit different because this is more created for ESN card's sakes. But yes, I understand what you're coming from. Yes, in Spain they had the same platform as us. They also changed. It came from their volunteers to make a proposal with another company, and they took full charge of that. And the platform, it's a platform that really it's adapting to it really adapts their website and everything. So it's even more. It's a much deeper change than our platform. So I think other countries that are seeing these examples are looking for these platforms already. I think SN Malta already approached also SNES in Spain about the platform. I think countries, once they see the benefits on this, they will be receptive for this, of course, because it really upgrades the work that we've been doing every time. Even when we had the my SN card platform, every time that I showcased it a little bit, all the treasurers and board members really felt really good about this. But it needs to be really very good showcased and also be adapted to the realities of each country. This meaning that all countries are have different realities. This meaning that for us, one of the things that failed last year was having a platform that was adapted for example, a Spanish reality and not our own reality. So that is really hampered. So I would not say that the platform is really readily available for all countries, but I think it will be a very good thing to showcase it in the way that everyone can talk with us and approach us about the platform. So about the ESN, so the Erasmus Generation Portal, we still have no deadline, or so we are expecting, I think, 2 or 3 years, probably more, probably less. I have no idea, because other things also got caught up in a way. One of the things was the EGM platform, for example, and it's hard for us to predict what kind of impact that would have in our work. So I think that, and this is coming also from the advice that we've been receiving, especially from João Vasco, that we should move forward with our own platforms and our own reality, and then see how it adapts to our then how the new platform would adapt to our reality. That would mean that for now we are staying with where is ours. Also, maintenance cost is really low, so it doesn't have an impact on our finances like the other one had. And I think as of now this is the way to go. And when we have more feedback about the platform, we can check also what we need to develop in our own reality, then to adapt to that. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Is there any more questions? So I propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is closed. Now, board, would you like still to add one more topic? Change again?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we are proposing to change the presentation of the working groups to now. Okay. Algarve?
Margarida, yes.
I'm sorry, by the way, if you can turn on your cameras so we can make sure it's there. Thank you. The LRs. Okay. Yes, okay, sorry. Almada?
Yes.
Almada? Okay. Aveiro?
Sofia Mimoso, yes.
Castelo Branco?
Ainara White, yes.
Coimbra?
Bruno Santos, yes.
Covilhã? Évora, Lisboa,
Rita Dias, yes.
Minho,
Inês Machado, yes.
Porto,
Ana Machado, yes.
Tomar,
Inês Dias, yes.
okay. So now, Bart, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. What we are going to present now is regarding the working groups, ESN Portugal 2.0 project and the knowledge transfer groups. We gathered together both of these working groups, but I think it's really important to have the idea that ESN Portugal 2.0, it was a project and it all started actually a couple of years ago when we had a really interesting process of consultation. This project essentially focused on the analysis and following the improvement of ESN Portugal, all procedures and performance. So the intention of this project is to have all the things that we already do, but try to convert these projects, initiatives, activities in something better, in something that we know that we need to improve. However, sometimes we do not have the time, and this working group is this project is essentially for that, for the self-improvement of the federation. That's why this is extremely important, so that we can actually get better even in our already established procedures, projects, initiatives, activities, and so on. So last year, ESN Portugal 2.0 tackled the future of Erasmus National Games, the future of Survival Guide, IT event in the vocational education and training student support, the future of NM focus on to provide a better Erasmus National meeting event for the future. And we have extremely good content and research that we really want to share with you as soon as possible. And so the future of survival guides, where you can check how this project can be more attractive for partners and financial sustainable also. A vision for the future, of course. Also in terms of IT and vet student support, that is something that we need to really invest on, that are areas that are not that explored yet in ESN, but to tackle these thematics in this project was the starting point to year by year develop more these thematics. Sorry, I need to change this. Okay. Regarding knowledge transfer, last year we focused also in grants toolkit, in a grants toolkit area that of course the federation and probably local sections need more knowledge about all the things that we can do, and the recruitment and onboarding. Our intention for this year on the ESN Portugal 2.0 is to tackle the future of Erasmus National Games. So how will be the future of this event? How can we pick this event, national event, and turn it with a more powerful external visibility. And also we will tackle merchandising and mesh. As you know, the project of the mesh project can also be more explored and is really connected with the future of ENG. So they both will have a connection when people working on them, such as supporting positions, volunteers, local volunteers, and national board. Regarding knowledge transfer, we aim to tackle onboarding. Last year we essentially explored the area of recruitment with a toolkit with everything that you need to do and to know regarding on recruitment. And I can wait to share the marvelous work that was done within this working group. And also to tackle European universities. That is an area that it's really interesting for institutional partners. It is an area that, because this was a pilot project of European Commission, is an area that needs and can have a lot of improvement. And of course, we need to have more knowledge on inside of ESN as a whole to have meaningful relations, not only with alliances, but how can we start to cooperate with European universities. But for that we need, of course, a base that is the knowledge of what is this, what's the aim and the outcomes of this project. In terms of timeline, the outcomes of the working groups, we expect to have the outcomes sent to the national platform at the end of the year, until December. We hope that we can deliver this earlier than this date, but we have the deadline, in the internal deadline, until December to do so. We intend to have an open call for not all the working groups at the same time. We were thinking about having firstly 2 open calls then regarding ESN Portugal 2.0. That it's a merchandising and the future of ENG, so that we could apply for the following events of ENG, all the outcomes of this working group. And of course we will, and then in the second semester, the open call of all the other working groups. This way we could divide also human resources. As you know, it is really important. So for this to be a reality for us, and for us to invest in these areas and to get more knowledge about everything, and to improve in these areas, it is truly needed that all volunteers get involved and apply for the working groups. Otherwise we cannot develop in the best way possible these areas. And of course we think the involvement of local members is really important, because the reality that they have is different than the reality that we work on with every day in the federation. So they have a diverse view that is truly needed for us to have compiled in a working groups working all together, with members working all together. The work in progress, it depends on when the open call of which working group it's done. However, the outcomes of the working groups, the final deadline is the last national platform of the academic year, so July 2021. So any question that you may have regarding the working groups and the projects, feel free to ask me. Of course, we will send open calls and everything to the national platform mailing list. But if you have any questions, suggestion, or anything, it is always better to approach us and tell us right now.
Okay, speakers list is open. Is there any questions? So I propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is closed. Now we'll have the presentation of the supporting positions. Change the agenda. Yes, board. Presentation of the supporting positions now.
Just 1 second, please.
Okay. But do you want to have it now so I can make a...
We just need to talk a second. Sorry. Okay, yes, please.
So we'll propose to change the agenda. Let's proceed to the voting. Algarve.
Yes.
Almada.
Yes.
Aveiro.
Yes.
Castelo Branco.
Yes.
Coimbra.
Yes.
Évora. Évora. Lisboa.
Yes.
Minho. Minho.
Yes.
Porto.
Yes.
Tomar.
Yes.
Okay. National board.
Okay. 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 So about the supported positions, I will be brief in this presentation actually. So as you already may have seen, we made some changes on the structure of the support positions. And actually had one reason we didn't do it because it had a purpose. So in the last year, the support positions had this structure. As you can see, the main changes are in the events manager, in the project manager, and in the president and vice president. Actually, almost everyone had like a change on their structure of every position had a change. Only the communication manager hadn't anything changed. In this year, as you can see, we added one education officer. This was first of all related with the quantity of contacts that we have all days regarding external representation and partnerships and cooperations. So it is essential to have a quick quiz team regarding this field of action. So ESN can be represented in every spot possible. I'm sorry, background noise. Unfortunately, we do not have the education community manager yet. As we answered also in the action plan questions, we are not going to have any extra open call. As you can see, there are positions that are still vacant. So if anyone wants to join these positions, can send a spontaneous application for the national board for the same email address. However, we won't open an extra open call. Actually, still in the education field, the truth is, because of COVID-19, of everything that events and everything that turned out to be online, the truth is that we have more contacts than ever for meetings and for presence on events. So I think it's really important to have one more person here in this field, in the external relations. So here we have Rita and Sofia, both of them in this position. Then regarding the vice president, the positions that support the vice president role, we added the expansion officer. As you know, in the beginning of the year was sent to the mailing list the expansion plan. And with the need to apply this expansion plan in the best way possible, we opened one more position here. Regarding the position of treasurer, as you can see, we also added one more position that was employability officer, that is now occupied by Joana Lima. And this is also truly important for, as you already noticed, we talked about a lot of the employability area and the platform that we wanted to do and to focus on. So this role is truly important to apply all the strategy that we wanted, that was done in this area. Regarding project manager, also we had some changes in the names of the positions and in the roles and in the tasks. Right now we have a mobility officer and a social impact officer. I can show you, before we had an outgoing officer, but right now we can focus on different kinds of mobility, not only outgoing student, but also if needed on vet student. This position can also focus on this kind of mobility and in the support of this kind of mobility, of vocational education and training mobility. That is also truly important and is a target audience that ESN do not explore. In the events manager positions, in the events manager's position, there's a change regarding the community, as Sarah already told you also. It is needed to have structure on the events community, and the best way to do that is to not have a person right now dealing with the community, not only a person, but to have Sarah directly working with the community and restructuring everything that is needed to do with the sports coordinator, Francisco Fortes. So as you can see, and I told you already before, we have a lot of, not a lot, 3 positions that are still empty. So if you want to join us or to ask questions regarding any application or something like that, feel free to approach us or to any one of the national board. And I think that's all, unless if anyone of the national board wants to add something.
Just want to add that we really need a mobility officer. So please share it within your sections. We could really use some help. Thank you.
I just want to add one more thing.
Yeah.
The pictures of the picture of the partnership manager is not correct. Okay. I'm sorry about that. We didn't have the picture of the person. So the name counts as the same. Sorry. But it's Francisco Silva from ESN Porto, the partnership manager.
Okay, thank you. So I will open the speakers list. Rita?
Hi, I just have one small question. It's not related with the sport positions, but it's close. It's for Mariana. When do you think the pool of trainers is going to be ready to start to work?
Hi. Hello, Rita. Thank you for your question. Okay, so the pool of trainers for 2020-2021 is filled. So we have trainers staying from last year, and we had new trainers apply as well. It's just, they are all in place. It just hasn't been announced to the national platform yet. But that will happen soon, and we will have our first call next week, this week. Depends on how you say it, but yeah, this week that is coming. We will have our first call. They will already be involved in ESN upgrade. So ESN upgrade will not only have the national board as trainers, but also people from the pool of trainers. And soon we hope to release a new form for sections to request one-to-one trainings. We just have to get the pool of trainers all acquainted with the work, especially the new trainers, and hopefully at the beginning of December, sections will start requesting one-to-one trainings as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? So I propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is closed. Now we'll go to the next topic, voting procedures. It will be in Portuguese. Ok, as votações irão acontecer amanhã, vão começar amanhã de manhã, logo após o início da nossa plataforma nacional, da nossa Assembleia Geral. É apenas possível votar com o e-mail section@isnportugal.org, ok? O que significa tipo almada@isnportugal.org, etc, etc. Vocês têm de entrar nesse e-mail para votar. Pronto, como eu disse, as votações vão acontecer amanhã. Após os voting procedures vão receber e-mails, conseguem ver? Sim. Vão ser estes os e-mails que vão receber. Estes e-mails vão ser enviados apenas para o section@isnportugal, para estes e-mails e para o Conselho Fiscal. Isto aqui é um exemplo de um dos que vocês vão receber para o Paulo. Ok? Vou-vos mostrar as votações que vão acontecer. É importante avisar que, de acordo com o nosso regulamento interno, que os votos em branco, abstenções e votos nulos não entram para o quórum. Só os votos das opções sim e não. Nós temos, ok? A seguir, vou-vos mostrar agora as votações. Primeiro nós vamos ter a votação para o segundo secretário da MAG. Neste caso, vocês têm de aprovar a Ega Guedes como segunda secretária desta nossa Assembleia Geral. Okay? Depois nós temos a votação da ata da última PN. Okay? Depois temos a votação do Plano de Ação e Orçamento de 2021. A votação do Relatório de Atividades e Contas 2020. Votação do calendário de eventos. Temos alteração ao regulamento interno, a única emenda. Depois temos alteração aos estatutos, a emenda da Direção Nacional e alteração aos estatutos, a emenda da ISN Lisboa. Temos alteração ao regulamento de eventos nacionais, alteração a emenda, desculpem, a emenda 1, 2 e 3. Ok? O Conselho Fiscal acabou de se juntar só neste momento. Não sei se eles gostavam de dizer alguma coisa. Mas eu vou passar para perguntas. Speakers list? Rita?
Hello. Tenho só uma pequena questão. É português, pode ser em português. Eu sempre percebi que, por acaso nunca fiz isto em Portugal, eu sempre percebi que era possível fazer votações de documentos publicamente e o resto, quando eram pessoas, era voto secreto. Ou seja, eu não sei, está nas normas da em Portugal ter que fazer tudo por secreto, mas a partir dos documentos públicos podem ser feitos por...
Estes votos vão ser, as votações vão ser publicadas, ou isto é, vão ser tipo divulgadas no final. E vocês têm de responder para a thread, por isso todos os outros LIRs vão ter acesso às vossas votações. Por isso as votações são consideradas em aberto, estas aqui. Okay?
Rita, estás a falar da votação da Eva?
Não, da Eva, como é uma pessoa, tinha que ser secreto.
Não,
mas neste caso é votação pública porque ela voluntariou-se.
Como não sei se te lembras nas restantes PNs, sempre que nós temos uma pessoa a voluntariar-se, nós costumamos votar logo no início da Assembleia Geral. Como os votos têm de ser por correio eletrónico e nós temos este período terminado para as votações apenas amanhã, nós achamos por bem então fazê-lo só amanhã, porque na realidade não temos outra solução, não é? Tem de ser assim.
Ok, obrigada.
Mas esclareci tudo?
Sim, esclareceste. Eu pensava que tínhamos que votar só para ti, só para vocês e para o CF, todos os seus documentos, o que não fazia muito sentido.
Não,
isto
no final os votos vão ser todos delegados, mas durante o período de votações vai ser enviado naquela thread que só os LRs, o CF e a MAG é que conseguem ver as respostas. No final nós vamos dizer que respostas é que foram, porque os votos têm aberto.
Ok, tá bom. Obrigada.
Nada. Mais perguntas? Sofia?
Eu só queria pedir se podias repetir qual é o e-mail que temos que utilizar.
No teu caso é o aveiro@snportugal.org, eu penso que já é esse que tu utilizas.
Thank you.
Mais alguma pergunta? Isto vai ser repetido amanhã, de manhã, ok? Mesmo antes de ser aberto o período de votações, para termos a certeza que não há nenhuma dúvida, ok? Como vocês podem ver na agenda, tem algum tempo para votar, tem ainda um tempo específico para votar apenas, sem apresentações, sem nada, e depois um coffee break. Por isso vocês têm bastante tempo para votar. Ok? Visto que nós colocamos lá, só têm de responder 1, 2 ou 3. Mais alguma dúvida? I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? The speakers list is closed. So now I guess all topics for today are over.
Change of the agenda, Mafalda. Board.
Desculpa, Marcia, não sei do que é que estás a falar.
I can.
Okay.
To propose that tomorrow we would start at 10.
I didn't see the message. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yes. Okay. So you are proposing that tomorrow it starts at 10 instead of 9. Okay. I'll proceed to the votings. Algarve?
Sim.
Almada?
Sim.
Aveiro?
Sim.
Castelo Branco?
Sim.
Coimbra?
Sim.
Covilhã? Évora? Évora? She's sending just for me. Can you send for everyone, please? Lisboa?
Sim, yes.
Minho?
Sim.
Porto?
Yes.
Tomar?
Yes.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll start at 10 instead of 9. Okay? So thank you everyone for coming. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Bye.
See you guys.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.